slots and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now. So what we do is that we don't just help you raise the money you need for your business or project. We'll also mentor you to ensure that that business or project you've started becomes a very successful business.
Now, Mr. Casey, looking at your explanation, what are the categories of people you will want to engage in the Nigeria Business Mastery Group?
I'm going to list out the category of people based on the kind of problems we can help them solve, right? So the people we're looking at are people in the following category. 1, do you have a plan to start up a business? Pick up your phone and text yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you have a business that needs money to expand? Pick up your phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you need to raise money to pay fees for your children? Pick up your phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you need to raise money to pay your rent? Pick up the phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you need to raise capital for whatever smart project you have in mind? Whatever it is you want to do and you've had that project in mind for a long time, for years, you've not been able to raise the funds and you don't know how to raise the funds. Pick up your phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Because the Nigeria Business Mastery Group has a functional working plan on ground that we use to help you raise funds for your businesses or projects over a period of time you choose. So we challenge you to deal with your cash flow problems today by letting the Nigeria Business Mastery Group help you today. If you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program. But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now. The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group will be on ground to discuss with a limited number of people who we will assist in raising capital. So if you are with your phone, get ready to text yes, right? Do not delay. Pick up your phone now and get ready to be the first to send yes to the number I'm going to be calling out in a short while. So don't just sit down there and hope your life gets better. Know this: hope is not a business strategy. The moment you sit down there hoping for your life to get better, you are wasting precious time, because hope is not a business strategy. Talk to our consultants and be one of the first to benefit from the Business Partnership Assistance Program of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. So, if you'd like us to help you raise the funds you need for your business or project, send yes, YES, to
0816 008 6326. That is 0816 008 6326.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0816 008 6326. That is 0816 008 6326.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0816 008 6326. That is 0816 008 6326.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring
All right, thank you all for staying with us, and welcome to the newspaper review segment on our breakfast special. Today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. It's what, 5 minutes, just turned 6 minutes past the hour of 8, March 25, 2026. Kelly Kemenjma is my name. Let's begin. So, we listened to the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, speaking at a presser yesterday. What's trending is, I apologize to Nigerians. Next 2 weeks, he said. Well, I haven't listened to the entire, about 50 minutes of his presentation yesterday. The conclusion for me is, it sounded like a thank you, goodbye speech. So he started by saying, oh, this is where we were then. These are the things we've achieved now. This is our present state. So that sounds like the man is giving himself a scorecard. And he claimed at some point that we actually hit 6,000 megawatts. Apparently couldn't be sustained and dropped. Well, the closing and what's been trending is that he cannot by himself or by the ministry fix the power issue. It's a gas supply issue. And I think I've said it on this program before, that one would naturally expect the Minister of State's gas, what's his name, Ekpek Perikpo, to give us an update as to why gas supply to our generation plants is falling. But Ekperikpo is here to speak on this matter. And that's what Adelabu suggested yesterday, right? We will continue to do our best to assure you that in the next 2 weeks, but the problem is actually bigger than us. How so? Well, they are not the ones supplying gas. It is the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, right? The Minister of State's gas that ought to speak on why do we have the shortage. But Adelabu told us, the Iran war now, the America-Israel-Iran war has caused a global supply disruption. So gas producers would rather, supply countries that are in dire need of gas than supply to home, because home is owing them a lot of money. So rather than continue to do business and be in debt, they would rather give to foreigners that will pay cash. That's the summary of it. So you also see why yesterday when I was talking about it, PhD statement and stuff, I'm like, some of us don't. PhD too can do better. And when I was listening to Queen yesterday on Talk That Talk about the power issue and so on. So overall, allocations have dropped. So PhD used to get around 270, 280 megawatts. While places like Abuja will be getting 500 and something. Lagos has like 2 discos. Between them, they share almost 900 megawatts of power. That's in Lagos, right? The one in the PhD we're talking about, they're not servicing only Rivers State. PhD services Bayelsa. PhD services, I think, Akwa Ibom. I'm sure of Akwa Ibom. It's Cross River, I'm not too certain, right? So they have to share 187 megawatts of power between these states. Whereas in Abuja, the Abuja Disco, how many states do they service to get the amount of power allocated to them? In Lagos, how many? Because you also have Oyo. There's the Oyo service. So these are some of the questions as to what is going on with this power game. So I shall ask the question, being that it is trending, and a lot of us will just take the headlines and leave out the substance. Adelabu is apologizing for what he doesn't have control over. Do you accept his apology? So Peter Obi released a post. I didn't see the actual post on X, but I saw someone reference it, and I've been able to read it in preparing for the show. The cleric that he alleged had been kidnapped arrested after his visit has now come out to say, no, nothing happened to me. So you listen to the Kaduna cleric. That's the second thing you listen to. Sheyi Makinde is still being strong-headed. He had a meeting with PDP faithfuls in a state. What their positioning is. He talked about in Oyo State. So that's the third thing you listen to. Retired Justice Ayo Salami speaks on it's actually the attitude of judges, their judgment, and so on and so forth. So in trying to buttress that point, he mentioned that someone like Peter Obi ordinarily wasn't qualified to be on the post in 2023. You know, what is trending is that Salami says Obi is not qualified to contest election, right? But the background to it is he feels that at the time Obi joined the Labour Party, Obi wasn't a candidate of the Labour Party. So on the basis of that, Obi ought to have been disqualified as a candidate of the Labour Party to contest for the presidential election. But when that matter was decided by the Supreme Court and the APC raised that as an argument against Obi, the Supreme Court said how a party chooses its presidential candidate is the party's business, is an internal affairs of a political party. You cannot from the outside want to meddle in that. That was the decision they made, I recall vividly, on the outcome. That was one of the things that the APC had as an issue with Obi at the tribunals that went all the way to the Supreme Court. So Ayo Salami, retired justice of the, I think, Court of Appeal, got all the way up there and he retired. Ayo Salami is saying, well, for some of these judgments, it's just a question of competence. He feels that the judges are not competent. That's why they deliver the kind of judgments that they deliver. That's a summary of it, really. We talked about some of them being, they lie. Some of them are not competent. Some of them take bribes and stuff, right? All of the many ripples that we can have in a system that is riddled with corruption. So he says, based on all of those inconsistency, we have judgments that are inconsistent. And then some of those inconsistent judgments is the case of Peter Obi and I think Abba Yusuf of the NNPP in Kano State. All right, so you listen to Ayo Salami there. INEC is reviewing, so they haven't done the review yet. They are reviewing. At this point, they've invited political parties to come and give their inputs on the review that is ongoing in terms of the framework and the guidelines for the regulation of political parties. So INEC chairman speaking in that clip there with political parties present at the meeting yesterday. And lastly, you listen to U.S. media correspondents. One of the very popular persons there would be, what's her name again? Christian Amampo. She's the very last voice you listen to there. So the U.S. media, they are reporting that intel from the White House is saying that no meeting happened. Trump did not have meeting with any Iranians. Trump is only reacting out of pressure and claiming that the Iranians were in talks with him. That's what the U.S. media, they are reporting right now. And you listen to the different correspondents speak on it, as well as the demands from Iran. It's becoming really, really messy. More countries are really under pressure now. Energy pressure. And energy pressure is the kind of pressure that presidents do not want to deal with because it can set the nation on fire just at a snap. So they have to move quickly in addressing some of those concerns when they come up, okay? But that's what the U.S. media, they are reporting. And it's the kind of reports that Trump will call fake news. He likes calling CNN fake news. So he had a press conference yesterday and he said it there that as far as we are concerned, we have won the war and the war is over. But for the fake news organization, which is the media, they insist that the war is not over. So Yesterday, I think it was Friday Olo from Uniport that shared that message that the White House was countering what the president of the United States had said, that he had talks with some unnamed Iranian leader, blah, blah, blah. I shared that with you yesterday. So people from the White House, they are talking and they are giving a different accounts to the media. And then those accounts are receiving some kind of corroboration from the Iranian government that somehow is allowing Western media access to them at the moment. Because one of the things we're seeing now is Iran is responding to the negotiations allegations. And the spokesperson of Iran's military is saying, you have reached a stage where you are negotiating with yourselves. Do not call your defeat an agreement. There will be no news of your investment in the region, and you will not see the former price of energy and oil. That's what the spokesperson is saying. The U.S. is negotiating with itself, and the Iranian military spokesperson said, according to state media on Wednesday, a day after President Trump said Tehran wants to make a deal to end the war on Iran. And they are coming out hard to say, no, such a thing never happened. Our position is what it has always been. We are not shifting grounds. Well, some of the things they've demanded, it's a bit strong as well. I'm not sure the American government would, but if the reports are anything to take serious as to pressure on Trump to see how we can contain this war such that energy prices will not continue to rise, well, the Iranians, they are asking because they've also now confirmed that the U.S. reached out. It is the U.S. that reached out to them. That's what they are confirming. Well, they said for us to cease fire at this point, compensation for wartime losses, formal control of the Strait of Hormuz, which is not a good thing, non-ballistic missile program limitations, as in allow us to develop our missile program the way we want without any interference. Guarantees against future military action. These are the key demands the Iranian government seem to be putting forward, okay, via those channels that the U.S., according to reports, have established in opening talks with the Iranian government. That's what we're hearing at the moment, and it's not something that the strong power would like to hear, but that's what we're hearing at the moment. So those are the items we're able to share with you this morning. I'm going to read you the stories from the papers, and we'll just get into our conversation today. 9:30, we'll have a conversation with Club 401. This morning is the last Wednesday in 2026 March. So we'll have that conversation with Club 401. All right, channels to reach out. We always like to hear from you. On X and Facebook, you have the general post as well as opinion poll. That's on X and Facebook. Whereas on Instagram, you can find the post for opinion poll. So Facebook, Today951FM, Today951FM. On Instagram and X, it's TodayFM951. Instagram and X, TodayFM951. You can call us when the phone line is open, 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. This number is available for calls only. For your messages, 0701-9339-962, 0701-9339-962. So that for messages, voice messages, texts, whether it's WhatsApp or traditional SMS, that is your plug. The Daily Post is our first stop. Let's begin. Labour Party postpones congresses and national convention. The Labour Party has announced the postponement of its scheduled congresses and national convention, earlier billed to commence on Thursday, March 26, 2026. According to the party's previously released timetable, world congresses were slated for March 26, which would have been tomorrow. Tomorrow, followed by local government congresses on March 28, state congresses on March 31, while the National Convention was scheduled to hold on April 11, 2026. However, arising from a combined stakeholders meeting involving members of the Interim National Working Committee, NWC, and representatives of the labor unions, the party resolved to shift the exercise. The party, in a statement signed by Ken Eluma, senior advocate or senior special advisor, media to the interim national chairman, said the decision aims at providing ample opportunity for members and prospective Nigerians to participate fully in the ongoing membership e-registration exercise. As part of efforts to ensure a seamless and credible process, the party has also inaugurated a 45-member Congresses and Convention Committee. The committee is chaired by Jenja Omusibe, member representing Ishiala Ingwa South, Ishiala Ingwa North Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Okay, so Mr. Anuko did not give me a bad eye. I suppose I didn't do so badly. Other members of the committee are listed there. While inaugurating the committee, the national chairman of the party, Senator Nenadi Usman, charged members to discharge their responsibilities with utmost diligence, impartiality, and commitment. She urged them to take full advantage of the postponement of the exercise in ensuring that all necessary preparations are thoroughly completed, guaranteeing a hit-free Congress and convention, and so on and so forth. I apologize to Nigerians over poor electricity. Minister of Power. There's a cable headline, but basically what he said yesterday. He said it's possible for Nigeria to have 24/7 power supply. Like, duh. I don't understand. Are you telling us what we already know? It's not what a lot of Nigerians have been saying. So when you say the blacks say you don't talk something special. The guy may be going. I say may. Remember, they have till the 31st of March to resign. That notice or that memo coming from the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, all appointees with elective ambitions should resign from Tinubu's cabinet. So he's been talked about of having an ambition to contest for the seat of governor for your state. That being the case, he would have to resign. So if the man is coming and he says, oh, this is where we were, this is what we have done, oh, Bobo to go, somebody should gone, nobody died, and so on and so forth. Like, heck, man. He may have just told us his goodbye speech. Next thing we hear is he has resigned. He's promising 2 weeks, and yet he's saying that the control is not within them. And I do understand it. Why is the Ministry of Petroleum Resources responsible for the gas sector not giving us an update as to why is there a shortage of gas supply to the Gencos? That's the big question. Tribune newspaper, retired Justice Salami says Peter Obi ought not to contest the 2023 election, gives reason. So I talked about it. I know it wasn't a very clear audio, but you could make out some of the things he was saying. Competence, blah, 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 blah. All right, so the occasion. He was speaking with journalists after he was honored as a recipient of the 2025 Human Rights Defender Award at the 20th anniversary of the award by the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism. Justice Salami said Chief Obafemi Awolowo influenced his decision to study law. All right, so the piece is there. The link you can find on Facebook. You can find it on X. You want more details, you can read for yourself. Climate change, every indicator is flashing red, says UN. It's just that Trump doesn't care. The Earth climate is in a state of emergency, according to the United Nations, which has warned it is more out of balance than any other time in observed history. The World Meteorological Organization, WMO, which is the UN's weather agency, predicted that rapid and large-scale changes to global climate in recent decades would trigger harmful repercussions lasting centuries. It comes as rising greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere drive global warming and melt ice. See, we can't argue. The heat we are suffering now is enough to tell us that climate change is real. The WMO's annual State of the Global Climate Report released on Monday also highlights the impact on 2025 of intense heat waves, heavy rainfall, wildfires, drought, tropical cyclones, storms, and flooding, including widespread death and vast economic losses. It further demonstrated the cascading impacts that extreme weather events were having worldwide, including food insecurity and displacement, as well as health risks driven by shifting rainfall patterns like mosquito-borne dengue disease and heat stress. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warns that the global climate is in a state of emergency. Planet Earth is being pushed beyond its limits. Every key climate indicator is flashing red. The report confirms that 2015 to 2025 represented the hottest 11 years on record, with data showing last year as the second or third hottest ever recorded or documented. It also revealed that the Earth is close to breaching the key warming threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius, beyond which increasingly severe and compounding climate impacts are triggered, with the figure recorded at 1.43 degrees Celsius last year. Furthermore, the WMO found the accelerating amount of heat in the world's oceans, which stores more than 91% of the excess heat in the Earth system, means the planet is moving to timescales of committed climate change for centuries. Meanwhile, the planet's energy imbalance, the rate at which energy from the sun enters and leaves the Earth, reached a new high in 2025. At the same time, heat-trapping greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide have risen to their highest level in at least 800,000 years. Oh boy. See, if all this thing doesn't make sense, I can understand that it is way hotter now. You know the kind of heat that you go to bed at night, it is hot. You wake up in the middle of the night, it is hot. You wake up in the morning, it is still hot. No jokes. The cable. Extrajudicial and unlawful. Malami says EFCC lacks power to seal his residence. This drama continues. I may read the story tomorrow, so let me roll it over. If we have an update, or I can catch a video of it. So let's just roll it over. INEC proposes tighter control on party primaries, campaign spending ahead of 2027 polls. So this is the right capturing of it. INEC proposes, right? So they're in the process of reviewing the guidelines for political parties in Nigeria. That process is on. That's the reason for the meeting yesterday, so parties can make their inputs. We listened to George Amopiton, the INEC National Chairman, speak at that consultative meeting yesterday. So that's what this story is pretty much about. Let's roll it over. It's beyond our control. You see, it's beyond our control. Bayo Adelabu apologizes to Nigerians over poor power supply. It's beyond our control. And yet he went ahead to apologize. So I'm wondering, what are you apologizing for? Right? So we listened to the minister. He was speaking yesterday at the presser, the Ministry of Power, where he said what he said. I can assure you that in the next few weeks, all this will be over. Power generation will improve, distribution will improve, and that 6,000 megawatts will be achieved before the end of this year, and Nigerians will be better for it. Adelabu speaking. Vanguard newspaper. Labour Party zones presidential ticket to the south. The Labour Party has zoned its 2027 presidential ticket to the south, effectively barring aspirants from the north from contesting for the position on its platform. Chairman of the National Caretaker Committee, Senator Unenadi Usman, disclosed this in Abuja on Tuesday, following a consultative meeting with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Nadi Usman emphasized that the decision was a firm policy shift intended to provide clarity for prospective aspirants ahead of the next general election. We have one certain decision that we have taken. This is to say that we will certainly will not field any aspirant from northern Nigeria. We have zoned the position to southern Nigeria. If any northerner comes now wanting to contest elections, we certainly will not accept that. All right? She also went on to confirm the regional preference, where the national chairman noted that the party remains committed to internal democracy and would not handpick a specific individual. As for who, I can't tell you now, because then it won't be a democratic process anymore. When the aspirants come, whoever the people like and vote for during the primaries, then whoever it is that wins the primaries, then we put them in the position. The announcement comes on the heels of a significant legal victory for the party's current leadership. Nadi Usman confirmed that a suit filed at the High Court in Bayelsa against the National Caretaker Committee was dismissed for lacking in merit. To God be the glory, the case was thrown out. The court discovered that they had no local standi. I believe the judge did very well by standing on truth, and the case is now thrown out, so it is over. Regarding the party's upcoming congresses, originally slated to begin on Thursday, March 26, the chairman hinted at a potential adjustment to the timetable to accommodate a surge of new members, arguing that sticking to the immediate date might disenfranchise many who are currently seeking to join the party. If we go ahead and stick to that date, in my mind, we're going to disenfranchise quite a number of people. I think we should tinker with that date, sit together as a group and come up with a new date. Senator Usman also touched on recent security breach involving party property, confirming that a formal petition has been submitted to the Nigeria police. Premium Times. Court orders El-Rufai's remand after arraignment on corruption charges. The Federal High Court in Kaduna State on Tuesday remanded former Governor Nasir El-Rufai in the custody of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The trial judge, Reed 1 Aikawa, gave the order of further remand of Mr. El-Rufai by the agency following the former governor's arraignment on 10 money laundering charges on Tuesday. The ICPC, which has already detained El-Rufai for over a month, arraigned him alongside Joel Aduga. Aduga's name appeared as a co-defendant in only one of the 10 counts. So El-Rufai's name featured in all 10. Both men pleaded not guilty to all the charges. After the defendant's not guilty plea, the judge ordered them to be remanded in ICPC custody, where El-Rufai has been held since the 18th of February. They are to remain in the agency's custody till next Tuesday, the 31st of March, scheduled for the hearing of their bail applications. Before entering his plea on Tuesday, El-Rufai challenged the judge's impartiality, asking him to recuse himself from the case. El-Rufai decked in green agbada with a cap to march, cited a petition he has against the judge. But ICPC's legal team countered, saying he first must enter his plea to the charges before he could make any complaint regarding the trial. The judge agreed with the prosecution, and the former governor and his co-defendants then entered their plea of not guilty to the charges. Premium Times reported that the arraignment took place amid heavy security within and around the court premises on Tuesday. Armed security operatives from the State Security Services, the Nigeria Police, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps blocked journalists from accessing the courts during proceedings. Premium Times relied on lawyers who were present in court for details of the hearing. Wow. In the charges filed on the 18th of March, ICPC is accusing Mr. El-Rufai of fraudulently taking inflated severance pay of about 289.8 million naira at the end of each of his 2 terms in office, instead of 20 million naira that was legitimately entitled to on each occasion. The anti-graft agency alleged that Mr. El-Rufai took the first 289.8 million naira in September of 2020. After completing his first term in office, May 2019, and the second 289.8 million naira in January 2023, months before the end of his second term in May 2023. The pays total 579.7 million naira instead of the about 40 million naira that he was said to be entitled to for 2 terms. The commission equally added that each of the pays represents 300% of your annual basic salary, which you reasonably ought to have known that such a fund formed part of the proceeds of an unlawful act, to wit, corruption. It said the offences were contrary to Section 18 sub 2D and punishable under Section 18 sub 3 of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. In the other 8 cases or counts, ICPC accused Mr. El-Rufai of receiving deposits of alleged proceeds of corruption and fraud totaling £817,900 in tranches in his Guarantee Trust Bank GTB domiciliary account. He allegedly received the deposits while he was serving as governor of Kaduna State. The ICPC equally said Mr. El-Rufai, who served 2 terms as governor from May 2015 to May 2023, received the deposits in tranches ranging from $4,000 to $320,000, of course with some fractions. He allegedly received the deposit in the same domiciliary account from various individuals between 2016 and March of 2023. His co-defendant, Mr. Adoga, appeared as a defendant in only 1 out of the 10 counts, but the commission named him in another count as one of the persons who deposited money in El-Rufai's dollar domiciliary account. So, I wasn't arrested. Cleric refutes Obi's claim. So what did Obi say? The cleric Ahmad Tijani Umar dismissed claims that he was arrested by the State Security Services following a recent visit by Peter Obi. So Obi had posted on his X account, and this is what he said. I have just been made aware early this morning that Revered religious leader Sheikh Ahmed Tijani Umar has been arrested by authorities shortly after hosting me in Kaduna on Sunday. This development underscores the deeply troubling state of our nation and our democracy, where freedom of speech and movement is increasingly threatened and where citizens and perceived political opponents face harassment and unnecessary persecution. This cannot be allowed to continue. Obi further called on authorities to uphold democratic principles, stressing that suppression of dissent has no place in a democratic society. However, in a viral video that surfaced hours after the claim, Umar firmly refuted the allegation, stating that he was neither arrested nor harassed by security operatives. So we listened to Umar speak there, and that's the last story for review this morning. So I'll read that Malami saga tomorrow, all right? We'll look out for updates as well. Give us a moment. We're back. We'll continue. Please stay with us.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's get into the issues this morning. Amy Faiga, a political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer, joins us. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning. Nigerians, good morning. Saima, good morning. Nigerians, you know I'm always loyal.
Are you?
And always loyal.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst, is also here. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Okay, so my first concern is, there are times when we see a certain report and we read it, we try to probe it for the veracity of that report, especially when information is out there in public domain. And by the time we do the probing, we realize that these are just opposition, exaggerating stuff, not being factual. And some persons won't like it. They say, oh, we don't like this person, that's why we're doing this. So perhaps another scenario. Because if the cleric is now insisting that he was never arrested or intimidated, the question is, where did Obi get the information he got from? Is it possible that indeed what he said happened, and then the cleric is trying to manage it in a different way to please certain groups? Or is it also possible that somebody just heard something and did not take the time to verify and pass that information on to Obi, and Obi, next moment, took it to the public via his X account? Is it necessary sometimes for these persons that occupy positions of influence to maybe just double check something before they put out a statement to the public? Amy?
Kelly, I think by my examination, I've come to discover some mode of politic in these days. These are politicians. What they do is you do everything possible to pit the ruling party. You make them look as if they are worse set of humans. They are bad. They never care about the people. They raise things about. They paint them bad at all fronts. And you find opportunity, to whip up sentiment. You find a way to tell them that you are the Messiah, who will actually, rescue them from their problems.
Their tormentors.
Yes. So I think as for
Nigerians have been tormented, right?
As for Peter Obi particularly,
you can't ignore me.
Kelly, I'm not even seeing you. See, I'm not looking at you. I'm not looking at you at all.
Please go on.
He has this sensationalistic tendency.
That's Obi.
That is Obi. He tries to paint situation, to make people, agitated somehow against the government, which is not good for leaders.
Okay.
If you think you want to rule people, you want to govern a space, what you do is to see how you can encourage harmony and peace, so that when you come eventually, peradventure, for to follow you, you have the opportunity to govern. You will not have so much things to struggle with. Your words will not be used against you. Okay. But he doesn't understand that. That is why this the Sheikh understood the position of leadership, and he tried to, he speak to his own people. Please, I wasn't arrested. I was only invited, questioned, and released. There's nothing about it. And for Mr. Peter himself, with all due respect, he should desist.
Why are they inviting?
Kelly,
why are they inviting?
Even as I am here, Emi Feraga can be invited.
No, the question will be why was he invited? Just because he received Obi?
Not why? Just because he received Obi. How is he not a Nigerian? He's a Nigerian.
He's a Nigerian.
Right? So? Yeah, he's a Nigerian. I know Nigerian is bigger than the law. Every Nigerian can be questioned. Every Nigerian can be arrested if there is need to do so.
No, but
you are invited to ask one or two things. What about if maybe one or two persons lay certain allegations against him, and the DSS want clarity on that matter?
So they conveniently chose the time when Obi just paid a visit to him and left to invite him.
What about they have made up their mind to invite him on that particular day before Obi went there?
That isn't too convenience. Isn't it? Don't we think of the optics?
There is nothing about it. It's just that some people are trying to incite people against government, thinking that is a way of politicking, which is not good for us as a people.
All right.
Let us, examine ourselves. We are calling for a better Nigeria, and we say, yeah, better Nigeria is possible. The better Nigeria will be rooted in our attitudes, how we approach issue, how we relate with one another, how we contribute positively to the development of the state, not how we incite people against the system. Because if you do, I remember some people when they made certain statement before now, even late Buhari, he made certain statement. The statement was misconstrued, misinterpreted, and said that, any election that you condemn, bamboo will be soaked with blood. That is Buhari inciting people, causing this. That is one of Buhari. So there are statements you will make today. Tomorrow they will come, and people will use them against you. You begin to look for the way, to refute them, explain yourself, and people will not listen to you. As a leader, imagine the other one he said the other time, what is sovereignty? What is sovereignty? Why should we be talking about sovereignty? And you are trying to be a leader, a president at the same stage. If you take away the sovereignty, would there be office of a president? Okay. If you take away the sovereignty, would there be office of the judiciary and the rest of it? No. You are systematically asking for an invasion of your country, where the state institutions will no longer exist. Foreigner will not decide what happens, and even you, then you will be looking for somewhere to hide, forgetting that you were the one that called for the rain.
All right, Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, I think there's a big difference between arrest and an invitation. Mm-hmm. So if, for instance, whatever happened, Obi now portrayed the person by his pronouncement that the person was arrested, he should also be invited to explain where he got the information from. You see,
that's Peter Obi.
Yes, that is my opinion.
But what that can cause.
Cause what?
You know the kind of tension that can cause in the country.
Yeah, Kelly, it doesn't matter. See, when, for instance, I now just walk out of this road and said, Kelly stole this. Thank you very much. No, when you come, but some other people who also may be close to you and know how you do things may also join and say no. Before you know it, police will come after you. After the person that said you stole. And then take you, even with your personal effort, also to arrange me to some way so as to be questioned. So it's always good for us to be careful in whatever we say, because it will be easy to say, but you can't recoup what that you have said. And if P2B in one way or the other mentioned that somebody was arrested and eventually that person was just given an invite to come for questioning, then he should be, in fact, called to explain how he got that information. That's what I believe in. But you know one problem in this country? P2B may have said what he did, and then the Sheikh or whoever also came out and said, I was invited for questioning. And in the end, Peter could prove his own. And I want such verification. Let the proof come up. That is just what I have to say on this, because it's not all that an important issue.
Well, it is to some people, but I like to move on. We have like 1 hour with Mr. Ndukwe, is very important friend, so we're going to have that conversation. I'm trying to squeeze out as much time as possible, yeah? Ayo Salami is accusing or saying, that our judges are either incompetent or they are corrupt. Or yes, okay, but these two can cover for a lot of things. He says some of them they lie, some of them they like bribe, and all of those things. He now said the reason he's saying this is when you look at some of the decisions of the courts. He believes that the Supreme Court, in declaring that Obi was fit to contest as the Labour Party's presidential candidate, in itself was questionable. Because the argument of the APC then was Obi joined the Labour Party just before the election. Obi is not a candidate, wasn't a candidate of the party. So he lacked the eligibility to contest on that platform. But when it got to the Supreme Court said, well, it's an internal party matter, it's not your business. So don't be a meddlesome interloper. That's what people like saying, right? So Ayo Salami is saying, when you look at a case like that, and the case of NNPP, former NNPP, now APC governor of Kano State, it shows that a lot of the judges are incompetent. Can he absolve himself of the same robe at the moment? Amy?
It's like a stone that is thrown into the market. But I think by precedents and happenings that we've seen so far, Ayo Salami might not be a saint. But in one or two occasions, he has always proven himself. Remember, he was removed forcefully from office by the Jonathan administration on the rumor that he was working against the administration. That was how he was removed. Even when court ruled that he should be returned, the Jonathan administration refused to honor the decision of the court. Ayo Salami has pointed out one or two things that I think are of great concern. We can't be talking about democracy when the chief priests, who are supposed to be the custodians of the law, are engaged in so much, alleged corruption, which will not help us in any way. Imagine in Rivers State, what happened the other time. The law clearly states that issue of assembly and the rest of it, the state high courts have no jurisdiction. But we saw situation where judges were presiding over the matter and even giving judgment, barring certain persons never to parade themselves and all that, even when you knew that you had no jurisdiction to entertain such a matter.
Let me plead with you. We're due for a commercial break. When we come back, we'll touch on some of these issues before we go for Club 401. Please, stay with us. We're back in a moment.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt. Weekdays, 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it. All right, so I'll just read some of your contributions. When the guest is able to join us, we continue with that interview. Greetings to the guests in the studio. I know there will be electricity issue in Nigeria the very first day I saw our Minister of Power holding a power bank. So for me, I didn't expect more of what we are seeing now, and the minister should keep his apology. Christian Williams from Igbo, you send that contribution. Listening to those saddled with the responsibility of giving solutions to the problems of society, giving reasons for their abysmal failures, makes one wonder when you hear some persons happily praising themselves as members of Renewed Hope family. False hope is like false anchor that drowns ships. Gas that is fled wastefully here is what a government is giving us as reason for lack of electricity. Yet they are wasting billions to remain in power just to be in position. Fine, John. You sent that contribution. Thank you. Good morning, everyone in the studio. Louis from Rukboko, retired Justice Salami says Peter Obi ought not to contest, all right? Like political parties, like the Boys Brigade and all that, INEC cannot tell a party who is their member. In fact, that provision by virtue of its inconsistency is illogical and should be null. INEC is not a member of any political party, assuming without conceding that I'm wrong. Who will now challenge the membership of that political party? A fellow party member, INEC, or what? I guess you meant something there, you didn't complete it. All right, that's that contribution. Good morning, Kelly and the beloved guest. I disagree with Governor Makinde on his statement concerning PDP because he has lost the fight. Also, I'm begging on the authentic leadership of the PDP to expel Makinde, all right, in the upcoming national convention. God's time from Port Harcourt. Okay, Mokudesina. When Aya Salami was the president of the Court of Appeal, which reforms did he initiate to curb incompetence and bribery? Now that he is out of office, he is speaking. God help us. Mr. Dennis, your contribution. So the few from WhatsApp and okay, I think. All right, let me just flip to some of the other channels. Let's look at what's being said on Facebook. Let's read a few of those contributions. It doesn't mean that that's all we'll do. On opinion poll, I asked if you accept the apology of Adebayo Adelabu, the Minister for Power. Henry Ozo says, keep your apology to yourself and family. Okay, not accepted. Anthony, what exactly can our leaders do since everything is beyond their control? Lorenzo Delay, this apology isn't what we need. What are the grounds or what are the plans on ground to resolve this blackout? This situation is affecting livelihoods. It is really affecting economic activities. They should pay the people they are owing. Okowa Charles, why won't states build their own power and distribute to its citizens? Must everything be at the federal level only? Well, we can just talk and find solutions, but the kind of tune that they give us can give you a headache. Charles Egbebu puts it this way: as a man tries everything possible, means not to be on the begging side. Inasmuch as the boots of American soldiers have not entered Iran, the war have not been won. Okay. Cosmos Oyeneke, I'm quoting Tinubu verbatim when he said, if we don't give you 24 hours power supply, don't vote me. If I come back to seek for re-election in 2027, the apology is not accepted. Dr. Mrs. Sema Alebra from Owerri, it takes intellect, self-confidence, creativity, commitment, and power to move a nation forward. Do our leaders have what it takes? We need leaders with compassion, focus, and vision to move the country forward. Okay, guess you're just talking about something. Okay, let me get back to Ms. Ndukwe. Or maybe Ms. Ndukwe should just wait, so I just keep reading some of the messages. Please, who the apology help? Will the apology bring steady light? Jaja from Rumudara. The man is not even talking about it. Good morning, Kelly and everyone in the house. Please, why is Obi's statement a big deal when the same Gumi, Wike, and many influential persons have also made provocative and unconfirmed statements without being invited? If at all it's part of the politics we are playing in our country today, if at all it's not part of the politics we are playing in our country today, then as for the apology, he should keep it to himself. Okay, so some of the contributions you've sent in. Another one. All right, so you talked about our online platform. So our website, I understand, is being worked on, is being improved. In a few days, that should be set up for you to stream live from our website. However, you can join us on YouTube, all right? Today951 FM. Today951 FM. There you can watch us live and enjoy every part of what we do. Ms. Ndukwe, let me ask you quickly before we go for the news update at 9. Can Ayo Salami wash himself off as a saint amongst the judges that he is now accusing of being either incompetent or corrupt?
Well, I would think no. It should be the answer. Because absolutely no human is perfect, no matter what. But Ayo Salami may have a record of things that are straight and things that are not that straight. I mean, in the legal profession. So he can't say emphatically that he's squeaky clean in the legal circles. No, he can't say that. So, but I think when one knows that one is not all that squeaky clean and one is coming out to maybe condemn others as if they have robbed themselves with whatever that is meeting offensive order, that's where there will be a problem. There are ways to say, better ways to always say anything at all. If Ayo Salami, instead of saying that maybe some judges may be incompetent and all that, if he has said that it showcases incompetence, that they did this thing without being thorough. He has not indeed said anything against anybody. But if you come out and point at one person, then the other four fingers are pointed at yourself. You check through your records. Have I always been straight in everything I do? So I can't say he has been very straight completely.
No, but it's also possible that the account is given maybe wrong.
Yes.
The judgments of the courts may be sound based on the scenarios at the time before the judges are making that decision.
Mm-hmm.
We also cannot just shrug off some of those accusations that, well, maybe some envelopes and all of those things may have gone around. But, like the Supreme Court consistently maintained, that's how Mutfang was saved by the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Even though every other person elected on the platform of the PDP in Plateau State, they all lost their elections. Why? Litigations ended at the Court of Appeal.
Yeah.
And the First Court of Instance, as well as the Court of Appeal, held the same position. When they went to the Supreme Court said, no, party issues are party issues. You have no business meddling in party issues. Unless he doesn't believe that position by the Supreme Court is correct. Hence his argument, isn't it?
It is. It is, but see, Kelly, I still have a problem with coming out to say like he did, that because of maybe the way, even if he has cited the supreme authority on it, which is the Supreme Court, even though they are not from heaven, they could also the judges. But one thing is that when you come out and say you are fellow judge, because I think Salami was a judge, was good, is incompetent.
Or corrupt.
Or corrupt. Man, it will require the integrity of that particular thing you mentioned.
We have to go for the news updates. Please stay with us.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Northwest, Abdulilahi Yakasai, has said President Bola Tinubu is deeply troubled by persistent insecurity across parts of the country, revealing that the situation is causing him sleepless nights. Speaking during a television program, Yakasai noted that the president holds frequent Security Council meetings at the presidential villa to address the evolving threats. Yakasai acknowledged that while insecurity has reduced in some areas, new patterns of violence are emerging, particularly in states like Kwara and Niger. He explained that the shift in tactics by armed groups now adopting guerrilla-style operations has made it more difficult for security forces to predict and contain attacks, thereby complicating the government response. He argued that the current administration should not be solely blamed for the crisis, which he described as a long-standing issue. The Police Service Commission (PSC) has called on newly promoted senior officers of the Nigeria Police Force to embrace strategic leadership and strong corporate governance as key drivers of reform within the institution. Chairman of the PSC, Hashimu Agungu, gave the charge during a 2-day induction program held in Abuja, where he presented a paper on improving governance, accountability, and institutional excellence in policing. Agungu stressed that modern policing requires more than routine enforcement, highlighting the need for advanced training, adoption of technology, and stronger international collaboration. He urged officers to move away from outdated intelligence methods and adopt innovative approaches suited to a rapidly evolving digital environment, particularly in areas such as cybercrime and electronic evidence. The PSC chairman further acknowledged persistent public concerns, including arbitrary arrest, unlawful searches, and excessive use of force, urging the new leadership to address these issues in rebuilding trust. Meanwhile, political parties under the aegis of the Inter-Party Advisory Council (IPAC) have rejected the amended Electoral Act 2026, describing it as a regressive framework that could undermine the credibility of the 2027 general election. The position was made during a consultative meeting with the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), where the IPAC National Chairman Yusuf Dantale urged the National Assembly to urgently review and amend the law to avert what he described as a looming democratic crisis. He argued that the current provisions place excessive pressure on political parties and fail to reflect stakeholder inputs from public hearings, thereby worsening public distrust and voter apathy. The council also criticized aspects of the electoral timetable released by INEC, saying it's anchored on a flawed legal framework that disproportionately affects opposition parties. Among key demands, IPAC calls for the restoration of indirect primaries, insisting that the choice of candidate selection methods should remain an internal party matter free from legislative imposition. The council further advocated for mandatory electronic transmission of results to the IREF portal and the establishment of an electoral offences commission to curb malpractice and to strengthen the integrity of Nigeria's electoral process. On the foreign scene, the government of Sweden has unveiled a new bill that would require migrants to demonstrate honest living or risk losing their residence permits. The proposal, part of a broader push to tighten immigration policies ahead of the upcoming elections, aims to expand the grounds on which authorities can revoke legal residency. Migration Minister Johan Forsell said the measure goes beyond simply obeying laws, stressing that migrants must also live responsibly and not harm society. Under the proposal, actions such as failing to pay debts, evading taxes, abusing welfare benefits, or ignoring official decisions could lead to deportation. That's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Long time no see you, which one you do?
Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shokos of say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come, our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, glass, bond, wood shake, and roman. Don't forget saying that Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer. Agnes one more data tooth powder. Nice to carry this product enter market to Wakaskele Wukali has only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bigbo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at Enugu Expressway. Ositema for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Please listen to this infomercial.
All right, a wise man once said a long time ago that knowledge is power. It's another time on the radio for us to acquire knowledge when it comes to making money online. Hello, welcome to Raleigh Academy on Radio. This is a life-transforming business education radio program where we have the latest information on the benefits of e-business. Raleigh Academy on Radio is a program with an ultimate goal to equip anyone in search of a genuine opportunity to create a new stream of income or add to their current stream or streams of income. In this episode of the program, we will be looking at the number one investment to make it in times of economic contraction. And in the studio with me today to answer all the questions we have is an e-trader and an online entrepreneur with Raleigh Academy. He was trained at the London Business School. He has certifications from the London School of Business and Finance. He also attended the London Academy of Trading. He has certification on technical analysis from Cyprus. He has gathered over 12 years of experience in financial trading and technical analysis. He's a master of his trade. Trust me. I'm talking about none other than Mr. Michael Akinwale. Michael, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Leko. It's a beautiful time to be here. I can tell you that.
Nice. Now, from the standpoint of a financial professional, what is the number one investment that you think Nigerians can engage in these times of high economic contraction? Let's talk about that, Michael.
I was actually doing the research on what are the best businesses to diversify in right now because, like I said, things are not normal. So it's a time to do research to find out what are the areas to go into. And I was studying Warren Buffett, who has gone through several times of depression in the U.S., And one of the things he said that one of the number one investment that everybody should make in times like this is to invest in yourself. Let me say that again. You need to invest in yourself. He said one should consider building up an income by learning a new skill. Now, this is not a time to complain. This is not a time to make wishes, because I see a lot of Nigerians complaining and making wishes. It's a time to take action, learn a new skill, and I can tell you, with that new skill, there's a high probability you may be able to actually beat the current inflationary problem.
Michael, to a great extent, you're right. Overthinking, not a solved problem. So, what are the skills that you recommend that Nigerians develop right now?
Okay, let me start from myself. I read mechanical engineering from University of Ibadan, and when I couldn't get a job, I developed skills, in digital online businesses. And I can tell you that I have zero regrets today. So digital skill is what I recommend that everyone should develop right now. Especially digital skill that does not have to do with strength, but sense. Most people do understand that as you grow older in life, you have minimal strength. What you have more is sense. So this is why I love digital skill, is that you don't need strength, all you need is your sense. So whether you are old or young, you can develop digital skills. Whether you are a man or a woman, you can develop digital skills, all right, and begin to earn good income from it. So the fact is that digital skills can play a big role right now. And remember, when you have digital skills, you're also earning in foreign currency. And you know what the dollar is talking about right now? Naira to the dollar. So one of the major reasons why I'm also advocating that people should learn digital skills.
Interesting. Digital skills. It sounds a bit broad, Michael. Can you give some specific examples of digital businesses that Nigerians can develop skills in?
Okay, let me give you a few of them that I know, that I work in, and I believe right now they can be very great for you to start earning income. There are businesses that you can start immediately and start making money. Let me start with Instagram theme pages. Then we have what we call TikTok theme pages. Then we have what we call YouTube automation. And then we have what we call online trading. Let me try and expatiate all of them. Now, Instagram and TikTok theme pages are what we call social media theme pages. And the way it works is that you create content around a specific niche, and then you generate followers and viewers. Now, the more the followers and the more the viewers that are viewing your page, the more the money you are making. For instance, I don't know whether you know a guy called Kabi Lame.
Yeah, Kabi.
Kabi Lame is a Senegalese Italian-born guy who runs a TikTok team page. And this guy actually earns an average of $4 million a year. $4 million a year. Imagine what $4 million a year means right now in Naira. Now, you don't have to make $4 million a year. Imagine if you are making $100,000 a year. Convert that to Naira. Or imagine if you are even making $50,000 a year. And all you are doing is that with your phone and internet, you create social media team pages. All these things, they are things that does not require expertise or advanced knowledge. They are simple things that you can set up. Then look at online trading. Online trading is the electronic buying and selling of financial instruments like stocks, commodities, and currencies in a bid to make a profit from them. All this also you can do with your phone and internet. Now let's take crude oil as a case study. Everybody in Nigeria knows crude oil. That's what our economy is built on. All right? Now, this year alone, crude oil, the price has moved from $70 per barrel to $95 per barrel this year on crude oil. Now, for those of us who are traders, that is $25 movement, but in trading, that's 2,500 points movement in the price of crude oil. Now, imagine if you are trading at $10 per the price of crude oil, that's a profit of $25,000 this year alone on crude oil. And if you had bought that crude oil beginning of this year, you don't have to do anything. By now, you are netting a profit of $25,000. You know what that means in Naira now. And remember, as you are trading crude oil, you can also be trading gold, you can be trading silver, you can be trading US dollars, and several other instruments online. So these are some of the businesses I recommend that the Nigerians can go into. And I can tell you, these are businesses you can start immediately, these are businesses you can do from anywhere, and they can be netting you good income, and this economy becomes very, very productive for you.
Interesting. How can Nigerians who are interested learn and develop these skills so they can start generating revenue?
Okay, well, that's why Rally Academy is here. Remember I told you earlier, Rally Academy is an educational company, and our goal is actually to educate people on the opportunities that are available when it comes to doing business online. And remember, we are not just teaching you theory, we are teaching you what we are doing. For instance, that's what I do. I work online 100%. So we have a conference we are having now, or a training titled the Digital Wealth Power Conference. The Digital Wealth Power Conference. I think right now, everybody needs digital wealth power, all right? And the focus of this conference is to inform and educate you on the opportunities available when it comes to digital businesses. All those businesses I listed, we're going to be training you at this conference. We're looking at YouTube automation, we're looking at drop shipping, we're looking at social media team pages, we're looking at affiliate marketing, we're looking at e-trading, and we're going to be giving you the softwares that you need to actually do these businesses and automate them. Not just the softwares, also specific websites that you need to visit to register and start these businesses. All right? Okay. They might also going to be helping you to open your e-trading account. We're going to help you with the softwares that you can use to automate your trading. Because right now, we're also moving to the age of automation, where softwares can set up all these things for you. All these things, we're going to be exposing you to at this conference and training. And I can tell you, it's a conference and training that Nigerians cannot afford to miss.
All right, Michael, you're making this sound so nice. I feel like just stretching my hands and picking it up. How much does it really cost to attend the Raleigh Digital Wealth Power Conference? And who can attend it?
Okay, let me start from the top. Who can attend? The truth is that anybody who's interested in actually doing well in this time of very high inflation can attend this training. As long as right now you know things are not going very well and you need to break out financially, you need to be at this training. Anybody, whether you're a man or you're a woman, you're a businessman, employee, retiree, job seeker, a housewife, a student, as long as you have a mobile phone and you have access to the internet and you are ready to make some money, be at this training, and guess what? It's coming to you free of charge.
All right, great. This is beginning to sound more and more interesting, Michael. Free training. Give us the dates, venue, and time of the Raleigh Digital Wealth Power Conference and how participants can register to attend.
The conference will take place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is going to be taking place is this week, Thursday 26th, and Friday, the 27th of March, 2026. Let me try again. This week, Thursday 26th, and Friday, the 27th of March, 2026. And the time is going to be at 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. The venue of the event in the city of Port Harcourt is going to be at the Raleigh Academy Conference Center. The Raleigh Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road. Raleigh Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. To reserve your seat is very simple. Just send an SMS to your phone number and your seat will be reserved. To attend on day one, which is Thursday, the 26th of March, 2026, send an SMS with the code PH1. That's PH for Port Harcourt and 1 for day one. And to attend for day two, which is Friday, 27th of March, 2026, send an SMS with the code PH2. That's PH for Port Harcourt and number 2 for day 2. So send the word PH1 or PH2 to this phone number, 091 6466 0000. Repeat that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. Repeat that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. Repeat that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
What else would participants benefit at this training aside these other things?
Well, this training is already power packed, but we still have some extras. This Raleigh academic culture. We have massive perks for you. Number one is that we're going to be giving out big cash prizes. When it comes to these businesses, you need some little capital to start. So for every participant at this event, we're going to be giving out as much to the tune of 1.5 million naira. Let me say that again. We're going to be giving to the tune of 1.5 million naira to participants at this event for them to start their businesses. Secondly is that artificial intelligence tools and softwares is going to be provided at this event for people to actually start these businesses immediately. All right? So it promises to be a very great event, and I can tell you cannot afford to miss it.
Tell us again the dates, venue, and time of the Raleigh Digital Wealth Power Conference and how participants can register to attend.
The conference will take place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is going to be taking place is this week, Thursday 26th, and Friday, the 27th of March, 2026. Let me try again. This week, Thursday 26th, and Friday, the 27th of March, 2026. And the time is going to be at 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. The venue of the event in the city of Port Harcourt is going to be at the Raleigh Academy Conference Center. The Raleigh Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road. Raleigh Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road. Right here in the city of Port Harcourt. To reserve your seat is very simple. Just send an SMS to your phone number and your seat will be reserved. To attend on day 1, which is Thursday, the 26th of March 2026, send SMS with the code PH1. That's PH for Port Harcourt and 1 for day 1. And to attend for day 2, which is Friday, 27th of March 2026, send an SMS with the code PH2. That's PH for Port Harcourt and number 2 for day 2. So send the word PH1 or PH2 to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Repeat that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Repeat that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Repeat that phone number again 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
All right, you've heard it all from the experts. And in the words of Amelia Earhart, the most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity. Take a decision to act today and watch your financial future unfold. Thank you very much, Michael Akinwale, for coming on the program today.
Thank you so much, Lekon. Beautiful time to be here.
All right, it's been great having him on the program. See you at the top, guys.
And that was a paid infomercial.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
One love.
Please listen to this announcement. Urgently needed, Quick Serve Nigeria is recruiting into the following positions: manager, supervisor, secretary, receptionist, office assistant, accounting officer, cashier, marketing executive, customer service officer, sales boy, girl, cleaner, driver, payloader, gateman, steward, nanny, house help, waiter, waitress, laundryman, cook, chef, barman, baker, dispatch rider, graphic designer, computer operator, porter, room attendant, usher, teachers, nurses, minders, escort, factory and poultry assistant, and other positions. Call 0703 211 0440 0810 781 3683 0803 432 4835. Again, 0703 211 0440 0810 781 3683 and 0803 432 4835. Thank you.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. So we have about 7 to 8 minutes. Let me return straight to Mr. Faiga. You are speaking about Ayo Salami's position on our judges either being incompetent or corrupt.
Yes. Due to want of time, let me just go straight to the real matter now. Like the allegation he laid, I think to an extent is very correct. And he referenced the issue of Mr. Peter Obi. I think if you look at it critically, as one of the prayer that the APC made before the court,
yes,
that Peter Obi was not eligible
to contest
that election. Peter Obi resigned from the PDP in May 2022. And he officially joined the LP around May 27 and May 28, the same month, 2022. And he became the presidential candidate. You know, INEC deadline was on June 17.
I think so.
Yes, June 17, 2022. How come Peter Obi suddenly became the presidential candidate of the Labour Party? A man who was in PDP week before the deadline. So these were some of the issues. So I think the 2026 Electoral Act has actually come to salvage some of these situations where you now have a digital membership register that you must upload with a certain time. So people who will act in that manner will now have to question themselves. Will I still be a presidential candidate if I suddenly resign a week before the deadline and become a presidential candidate? No, that is why some of them are challenging. You see, these are politicians, and many of them, sorry to say, they are hypocrites. Many of them, they will tell you democracy is dying. Oh, in US, oh, in China, oh, in the United Kingdom, democracy is not like this. Oh, we want a change of law. If you now change the law to suit the current situation, they will now examine it. Does this one capture my own personal interest? If that their interest is not that protected, oh, they will, hey, that law, I will challenge it in court. Why will you tinker with the law now? They want to rig. They are rigging. Oh, they don't want the vote of Nigerians to count. And Nigerians, we say, hey, has spoken our mind. And together we will now fight that the same thing that was supposed to be for our good. Just for the interest of a particular person. We've not understand the patterns of these persons. That is why they just they throw anything at us. We accept it, we celebrate it, and we think it's better. Ayo Salami to an extent, I think it's very correct, because you can't be a member of the PDP in May 2022. Then in May, PDP had their convention, I think around May. And
Okay, so
the primaries around May.
But the Supreme Court insists that party matters remain party matters.
Party matters.
Outsiders should not meddle into party matters. You know, the context of the event then and what the law was then should be taken into consideration.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it's on that basis that Ayo Salami is making the claims he's making. Ayo argues that, well, based on the law, Supreme Court, the judges on the Supreme Court then were the literal interpreters of the law. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yes.
If Ayo is arguing that Supreme Court in affirming the decision in upturning, according to him, that the lower courts got it right. But when it got to the Supreme Court said, no, that's not. That when it comes to party matters, the parties have the sovereignty to decide what happens in their matters. That's why the Supreme Court ruled the way it ruled in Plateau State. Mm-hmm. After the lower court had literally sacked everybody. Elected on the platform of the PDP.
Even the appeal court did the same.
That's the lower court. When the governor, because he still had the right to carry his matter to the Supreme Court, when he got to the Supreme Court, he said, no, the reason you are asking for the notification of this election is solely a party issue, and you have no right in meddling in the party issue. It was clear. So if the law now, with the current amendment, is now saying, okay, you have to submit a digital register to INEC, such that, you know, with that register, it becomes easier for INEC to check. Parties have always submitted that register to INEC.
Manual.
Okay, manual. So if INEC at the time did not think that it was necessary to enforce membership of political parties, and now with the digital register, maybe it becomes easier, and then there's a stipulated time period for them to make that submission, right? Yes. So if Ayo Salami is making a claim to say then what the Supreme Court did by their pronouncement is a show of incompetence, the question would be, what law obtained then?
Maybe Ayo Salami have seen the Labour Party constitution.
Oh, and he has seen the Labour Party constitution.
Maybe.
So how about
I'm not in his mind.
How about the PDP? How about the PDP constitution?
Maybe he has seen the Labour Party constitution.
How about the PDP constitution?
Obi left PDP to Labour now.
No, I'm saying that because it was the same position that the Supreme Court took when the PDP matter came to it from Plateau State.
We are not just talking about membership here. We're talking about being a presidential candidate.
No, it's still
of the party. A member can just be a member, but this one, being a presidential candidate that contested an election.
One of the grounds of rejection of the current Electoral Act is IPAC, speaking for political parties, is saying, no, how we run our party, how we select our candidates is our headache. You should not from the outside dictate to us how that is supposed to happen. That's what they say. The Electoral Act has pushed them to a corner and they are opposed to it. So if you look at that, Labour Party decided to give Obi their ticket. It's the decision of Labour Party. Someone in Labour Party did not go to complain.
That is where
it is you, the outsider, that is coming to complain. So you're a meddlesome interloper.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say here now. Assuming it were a member of the Labour Party that went to court, the thing would have been so clear that yes, the Supreme Court ruling erred in this matter, or they were in line with the constitution of the Labour Party. But in this case, it was APC that said this person wasn't eligible to contest that 2023 presidential election. That is why maybe Supreme Court now say you are a meddlesome interloper. You are not supposed to have brought this matter before us. But in all of this, I'm happy that we've seen the importance of Electoral Act 2026 that is actually meant to salvage certain situations that our people are used to. Sometimes we just want them, leave it like that. The same people who are telling you that the ruling party are cooking up means to shut out some Nigerians from participating in elections. The ruling party are finding means to rig the election even before the day of the election, are now condemning something that is made to solve a problem. Remember, political parties also find this means as a way of making money. They will just beg, if you fail the primary election in your party, you come and have we'll give you on the platter where you come. They will now suck you a little.
Well, and some persons through that avenue has had a chance of winning elections.
Yes, but is it lawful according to their own constitution?
Well,
is it right?
When you say their constitution, as far as the Supreme Court pronouncement is concerned, how the party decides. Because the same thing would come to mind with someone like the question a lot of Nigerians have been asking. How did Akpabio, who contested for president on the platform of the APC, all of a sudden now gets the tickets to become a senator
it's
on
clear.
The platform?
The constitution is clear on that matter.
No, when you say it is clear,
it's clear.
When you say it is clear to you, but to the eye of the Nigerian that sees how these men campaigned for presidential position, and the moment they lost it, barely hours to the close of that window, you heard that they emerged as a candidate of the party for their senatorial district. And Nigerians are asking, how did it happen? The Supreme Court, for whatever way, decided to say, well, they've emerged, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get into the details of it. So that's why we're having this conversation is, if Ayo Salami is speaking on the basis of competence, I from here can begin to ask questions about his own competence. Why? The reason is simple. If the Supreme Court is saying, well, based on the law that existed then, party issues are decided by party members, not by outsiders.
The same party issues, some people were sacked.
It's decided by party people.
Some people were sacked in the court.
How many persons?
Some persons were sacked.
No, how many persons?
I don't have the total number. But some people were sacked too.
No, but
that you were not eligible to contest an election in this party and all that. So they were issues like that.
Who took the matters to court?
Who took the matter to court? Maybe some of the members.
Exactly, that's the point. That's the point.
On this Akpabio own, on this Akpabio.
No, don't take me there.
I'm not taking you there. I just want to understand the law.
Let us stay in the context. Let us stay in the context of our conversation.
I will not take you far.
I insist.
I will not take you far.
No, I do insist. Respectfully, I do insist. No. Respectfully, I do insist. Let us stay in the context of what Ayo Salami is saying. He hinges it on two things. He says the reason why we get some of the rulings we get, basically because the judges are either corrupt or they're incompetent. I want to look at just the case which he cited,
which is the law.
Obi's case.
On law.
If these decisions are based on law at the times that they were made, right, can they be said to be incompetent, or maybe Ayo Salami just has a different reading of the law?
No, some persons, it's not just a general thing. A general thing now. It's not all judges now.
So the judges are either judges. Okay, so it's not all. That's why I said this. He said they are either incompetent or corrupt. If He did not say some of them have done so well in what's it called, adjudicacy, right? He didn't say so. They are either incompetent or corrupt. These are the two qualifications that he opened for us to use.
Kelly, if you look back to 2023 presidential election, the tension that followed, I think the Supreme Court actually tried to save one or two situations. If not, assuming they were so thorough and decided to hinge their decision on the law as it were, I tell you, so many things would have happened because some persons have made up their mind. It is either a particular person or it must be crisis.
Can we say,
let's leave this
can we say
for the party.
Can we say our judges are not competent?
Not all.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. But we see situations that...
there are questions.
Yeah, there are questions. You can actually say that some of them appears to be incompetent. That some of them appear to be corrupt as well, based on the judgment they were,
So in that case, from the senior lawyer, it's here and there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's here and there to an extent. But remember, Salami is an insider. He knew what happened during his era. How people were getting judgment and the rest of it. Even not those who even went to court to challenge the double nomination of certain persons. That how did they contest an election and suddenly they became the flag bearer of another district? The electoral adder was very clear.
Okay, so you're using style to get back to that area.
It was very clear. The issue of double nomination, according to the electoral, you shall not nominate two persons for a same position. You shall not nominate. So it is the person who will nominate, not the person.
You will not use that to engage me on this matter. So let's leave it. What do you make of? Do you accept the apology from Adelabu, the Minister of Power?
Apologizing that
for power supply has dropped.
That I just pay bill for service not rendered to me.
How much did you pay?
Kelly, you see a situation that will give you a bill, one flat 30,000 in a month without the service. You don't even see the light.
Okay.
30,000 you pay.
Okay.
For service not rendered. And you are telling me that you are sorry that money just left my pocket to persons who stole from me, and you say you are sorry. Give me my money back and I will accept that apology. Just give me, quietly come and say, please, that money the PhD collected from you, please have it back. I will say, oh, thank you, you've done well. Apology accepted. But this one I have paid. They will still come again, I will pay again. And you are telling me you are sorry. The issue of the electricity, I think the Nigeria state need to work really on these issues. We've unbundled electricity. What is Rivers State doing currently? What are we doing to generate our electricity? We cannot generate
and distribute,
transmit and distribute. Local government can do, even individual can also do. But what are we doing here? Those states now have what they call electricity market law. Kaduna State now have, Lagos State has, some states are not doing their own for them to generate, to have their own electric company. But
that's because the regulatory oversight has been handed over to them by NEC.
Yes. So state can have their electricity company now. You can have if you want to. But because that one has nothing to do with structure, so it's not important for now. We're still waiting for the centralized system of electricity supply to give us. So if federal government don't give us light, we will continue to remain like that. Even when the thing is privatized, we're still hoping that the government will need to, find a way to muzzle these people and give us, even when the stationers, they are here close to us, coming to our places, to collect money from us. We pay, we say thank you for coming out for your bills. Even when you didn't render the service we joyfully give to you, then we say government has. For me, I always told people, it's not that I'm always exonerating the federal government from certain issues. No, I'm only saying that let us understand the division of labor as a shrine in the ground norm. So when we are calling for certain actions, we should know who we should direct those demands to.
Okay, so why you push this task to the people, right? The minister that apologized in same breath said it's out of their control.
Because it's privatized.
No, it's not because it's privatized. Because the issue is with gas supply.
Gas supply to who? Federal government company?
No, who is supplying gas to the Gencos?
They are buying.
Okay, so they are buying gas. If gas supply, but we also have LNG, right? At least LNG is owned by the Nigerian government indirectly,
LNG,
privatized.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But indirectly, Nigerian government has some shares, a level of control in LNG.
That
would be
correct. Now.
So, why is the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, not giving Nigerians an update as to why there is a shortage of gas supply to the Gencos?
Kelly.
Haven't you asked that question?
Kelly, NLG you talked about, they are not Nigerians.
No,
they
no.
are common Nigeria that even when you don't render the service.
Okay, let's assume it's been fully privatized. There is a minister in that office who oversees the events around that particular sector.
I agree with you.
Why is that minister not speaking? See, NISO had raised this alarm months ago. It had raised the alarm months ago.
Yes.
The minister, Adelabo, did not speak then, right? The same minister for state, for petroleum resources, gas, has still not said anything. Why is it difficult for him to speak to Nigerians to say, this is the reason the Gencos are experiencing a short in supply of gas?
Either they are not paying or they are paid another. I agree with you.
Why is he not saying anything?
Give us update. I blame him for that. For refusing to give us update. Provide update. Let us know. If it is the discos,
if it's money issue, we know
so that we'll know. But you're not giving that update. And the discos are now billing Nigeria for service not rendered. You are now apologizing to Nigeria to accept the continuation of such a criminal act. For me, it's criminal. If you can't provide me service and you came to me to demand for money, I will think that you've come to rob me because you know that I have no option. Monopoly is speaking. I don't have anywhere I can just hook my wire and have a electricity supply.
No, but you can buy solar.
That is solar.
You can go green.
Wire. This other one now.
No, hooking wire is illegal now. Why are you hooking wire to what is not your own?
In those days in Plateau State, where we have this NISCO, we have NISCO, they have NEPA then. If you think that the services of the NEPA are no longer okay with you, what you simply do is that you just call them. You call an electrician, come, I no longer want your services. Please remove my wire from you. You go to NISCO. You just pay, you meet up their demand, they'll hang your wire on the other side. So when you come for your bill, say, oh God, look at my wire. It's not on your pole.
But that was then now is one. Is PHED.
That is why the monopoly
but I'm just telling you, you can choose to buy, you can go green. You can buy solar.
Everybody that can afford the green.
You can't.
What about if I don't want green?
Okay, if you don't want green, then you stay with the present status quo.
That is why the minister himself, we need to update us and also find a way. Is there no means, at least, to either take these people to court?
Which people?
For pay the discos and the rest of the way they are extorting money from Nigerians. Is there no way the government can help us?
No, but yes, as a citizen, you can now.
As a citizen,
they have
the NEC.
They have conflict resolution mechanisms. You can use NEC. If you're not satisfied with NEC, you can go to court. You have a right as a citizen to go to court.
I will not spend my money. So what is the essence of the government? Can't they defend me?
Well, that's why you have NEC now. You can take your complaint to NEC, overbilling.
Overbilling?
Yes, you can do that.
Serve me how many months?
No, but you haven't tried it. Have you tried it?
That will serve me how many months?
No, have you tried it?
Kelly, do you even understand the society? Even your neighbor will even come and me to come. This thing you are doing, don't bring problem to us. Because now they will leave us in blackout.
No, but I did. I took applications to NEC when I was overbilled, and it was resolved.
It was resolved now.
I did.
Good. You are privileged. You are privileged to have enjoyed such services. But how many Nigerians have the privilege you have?
Well, have you tried it and it did not work?
Kelly, if I told you the level I have gone to with this electricity matter, sometimes you will pity me. You will pity me. But it's just that the Jonathan administration, just wheelbarrowed us to certain places. Do with them as you wish. And now they are doing with us as they wish. And we are somehow helpless. But the state can actually intervene. By the time they come with their own electricity, supply and all that, many persons we allow PhD to go and PH themselves, while we rely on government or either at the local state and maybe individuals.
All right, let's transition to the conversation with Club 401 in a moment. Please stay with us.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. It's the last Wednesday in the month of March 2026, and usually we'll have conversations with members of Club 401. Club 401 is an association of Christian professionals advocating on issues of good governance in Rivers State, and today the focus will be no different. I'd like to introduce Dr. Adikiba Boyle, arts consultant, practitioner, lecturer, Department of Theatre and Film Studies, Uniport. Good morning, Doctor. Welcome.
Good morning, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Kelly.
Apostle Dr. Innocent Amechi, Upper Room, JP, member Club 401 and DG, River State's Grassroots, yes? Grassroots Movement for Good Governance. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Sonny Udesi, legal practitioner, member Club 401, living in Nigeria. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Rivers people.
Okay.
Good morning, Nigerians.
So there are 4 areas. Let me just read them out. Right of association and movement in association of individuals being a universal right and should not be restricted by law. Opposition parties should provide credible platforms for Nigerians to make their choices. The use of institutions to strangle opposition is unconstitutional and wicked and should stop. And then the Electoral Act Amendment and its implications for democracy. The first one, right of association and movement of individuals has been a universal right and not restricted by law. Mr. Odesi.
Okay, we drew that inference from the amendments to the Electoral Act that the House of Reps, Section 77, where they are criminalizing belonging to 2 political parties.
Okay.
Of course, we are not encouraging people to belong to 2 political parties, but when you look at the Electoral Act now, it talks about digital membership register. And so you submit this digital register to INEC. Now, if you belong to a particular political party, and maybe in course, of course, this is a busy period for the political parties, and your aspirations, you discover that you will not be able to achieve your aspiration in that particular political party, you have a right to move from that political party to another political party. Don't forget, as at the time you're moving, you would have written to your ward leader or whoever that your ward chairman that you're leaving. However, it wouldn't have been effected in the electoral register. So now you have moved to another party. It will be taken that you are now into political parties. So what we are saying is that that kind of law that they want to amend and also criminalize people is against the Constitution. Section 40 talks about freedom of association. Freedom to hold opinions is there under fundamental rights. So you can change your opinion in the morning. You look good in the afternoon is another opinion, in the evening is another opinion. The Constitution allows that. So we do not want a law that infringes on the fundamental right of citizens. So that is where that sub-team came from.
Dr. Boyle.
Yes,
like he has said, people should actually be allowed to move. And when I use the word people, I use the word people because before APC dethroned PDP, there was movement. A movement that resulted into a merger that allowed them the force to overrun PDP. So they cannot now be on that throne to think that nobody should move to other places in order for the person to express himself as a Nigerian. So in line with what my colleague here has said, it is important for the ruling party to understand the fact that movement is a natural phenomenon. It should not be infringed upon for any reason. Not for the fact that you want to remain on a particular place forever. Allow people to move so that they can do what they have planned to do for the state, the local government, the country as a whole. That's my simple take to
Well, you just mentioned the ruling party. Is it an agenda of the APC?
What?
The last time we heard of this, it's in the House of Reps, right?
Yes.
Where they amended the current amended 2026 Electoral Act.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It has not been heard at the Senate.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I do understand that the APC has majority, but is it an APC agenda? That's what I'm asking.
If we now look at it as we don't know what is happening, then we are not helping ourselves as Nigerians. The law, this electoral law amended 2026, is a provision made by the ruling party. It's something that they propose, they sponsored, made by the ruling party. And so from their submissions, they will not let you do what you want to do. They stifle your opinions by making that electoral act to read the way it is reading now.
Mr. Odesi, do you agree with that position?
He has just explained. If you look at the House of Reps, when they passed that first amendment as to real-time electronic transmission of results, Nigerians were praising them. They never said it belongs to any political party. It was a Nigerian agenda. Now, Senate tinkered with that, and the same House of Reps came back again to alter what they had already passed. And you saw what happened. We have a Okechinda here. They led a group, and they walked out, and they were shouting, APC, ole, APC, ole. So a layman looking at that, what does it say? Because they have the majority, and the opposition have walked out, they still passed the law.
Okay.
Yes, so...
Apostle Amechi.
So on that, I think what we need to look at is Nigeria, not actually political party, because Nigeria itself is bigger than any party and any government, because the government now may not even be the government in the next few years to come. So they should not make laws that will favor them today and cause problems for Nigerians tomorrow. Because the interest of Nigeria should be one that will promote every facet of the country, in such that everybody will have that freedom, as long as you are up to 18 years or above 18 years, to express yourself in terms of participating in political parties, election, and the voting system. So there are laws that, like this one, that people make because they are in power. Not actually political party, but because they are in power and they want to remain in power, whereby people who will be aggrieved as a result of the outcome of things that may be coming up in low distant time. So they tie their leg with this, that you cannot move and express it elsewhere. So it's just like your own ambition has been paralyzed using these early money laws. They would have, if it has not been long they amended the law. So why bringing this? We are saying as Nigerians, not as a political party and as Club 401, that is not our problem. If somebody feels he is fit to run an election and win, the person should do his or her campaign. If he fails the primary and the law permits him to move to another party within what we have already, they should allow the person to move. But when you tie the person and say the person can't move, the person must stay, then we may not be getting the best.
So Club 401 doesn't think that this clause in that amendment may help in strengthening our political parties?
Which of the clause in particular?
The one we're talking about, which is restricting membership of political parties, individuals to just one political party. Because prior to elections, some people say that the smaller parties are shopping ground for the big boys.
Yeah.
That when they don't have their ways in those bigger political parties because of the position of bigger persons there, they simply just fall back to these smaller political parties, and they become a platform for some of them to pursue their ambition.
Exactly.
Right? And they say those smaller parties really do not have, like all parties, don't have ideology. But it's even worse with those ones because they are looking for who pays the most to come and use their platform to run for election. We saw that. We've seen that in previous elections.
Okay.
So if this piece of legislation, this clause being introduced now, is saying, no, if you're a member of this party and you have registered and that register has been sent to INEC, that digital register, within the mandatory period of not less than 21 days to your party primary, stick with the party that you've chosen to belong to. You don't think that helps in any way?
Okay, in that case, we are looking at the political outcomes here that happens in time past. Now, smaller parties per se, I don't think there's no party without ideology. Because for you to even be registered as a political party, there are things you table down as your ideologies that we accepted. But what happened is that, take a scenario whereby every governor in this state now, or almost all the governors in this state, are falling into one basket, or they are being coerced to fall into one basket, not because they came from the ruling party. They came from this, some of them came from these smaller parties. But looking at the system and the way the politics of Nigeria is going, so the fear of being frustrated is there. So it's like, let's go there so that we can return. And this also affects their performance. So we are looking at where there will be that credible opposition, even though the big boys who felt that they were not fair treated in their parties move, it also strengthened that smaller party. And we need them too. Because if Nigeria, the way it's going, finally end up with this, I call it strategic one-party system, that means we are doomed. Development will be frustrated. It will be, oh yes, sir. People will not challenge what is going on again. It will be, oh yes, sir. You hear things like, my boss is my guy is my guy. So nobody will say, this is wrong, this is right. So with the presence of the political parties, even though the big boys who are disenfranchised or who feel aggrieved move to them, it's also strengthening them to have a common voice, to speak out when things are going on. What we are looking for is the development of this country and fair play, whereby Nigeria thrive, Nigeria develop, peace reign, and people are allowed to exercise their freedom, not frustrating to using the law because they are Diana.
So Densi.
Yes, the beauty of democracy is opposition. And the law must make room for plurality. There should be other voices. It is even the opposition voices that can even put the government in power in check. It is democracy is not jamboree. It's about contesting to get power. And what the focus is the people. And what you present to the people should be, or the people should be able to consider options. We don't want a situation whereby you just have only one option. That is dictatorship. You might be calling it democracy, but that is tending towards dictatorship. But our own concern is that, constitutionally speaking, from the Constitution has spelled it clearly. You have the freedom, right of association. So any law trying to touch on that Constitution, that's why we're having concern on this. So the Constitution has given me freedom to associate, freedom to hold opinion, freedom to belong to any political party of my choice. That is what our Constitution stands for. That is the kind of society our Constitution wants our country to be. So electoral act should not come behind, or the House of Reps should not come and begin to tinker with the Electoral Act in such a way that you begin to look at it side by side with the Constitution. This is contrary to what the Constitution says. Let us not forget that when they say fundamental right, the essence of saying that is a fundamental right, it is a right that you cannot do without. It is older than society. If you take away those fundamental rights, the country is gone. So you don't do anything that touch on it, because that is what those rights are inborn as a human being. So that is why they say it is fundamental. Okay, and any country that respects those fundamentals, no matter the disagreement, they continue. No matter the differences they have in the society, they go. In as much as you don't touch on somebody's fundamental right, it's just differences. There will be no issue. The country will go. But the moment you begin to touch on people's fundamental rights, you're calling for what you cannot really, what you cannot handle.
Okay.
And we don't want that.
Dr.
Democracy is for everybody.
Dr. Boyle.
Yes.
I asked if this piece of legislation is not intended to make our political parties stronger.
It's not. If you read between the lines of what they are proposing, you'll understand the direction of their movement. And except you are not, like I will always say, except you're not living in Nigeria and you are not concerned about what is happening around you, then you will take what they have presented, hook, line, and sinker, and then flow with them. But where that swallowing of the hook and the line will take you to is where we are avoiding. Because by the time we all swallow everything that they are presented, hook, line, and sinker, they just drag us to wherever they want us to go to. If they allow people move, it will be better for us.
It will be better for us.
It will be better for us, yes.
Okay, we'll go for the news updates, return and continue. Please stay with us.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The federal government has apologized to Nigerians over power outages but has promised improvements across the country in the coming days. Nigeria's Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu made the promise during a press conference on his achievements in the last 3 years, where he apologized to Nigerians for what he described as temporary issue that is leading to hardship being experienced, especially during this dry season. Adelabu noted that businesses, schools and industries have been affected, noting that it's not the wish of the federal government to find the country in the current situation, but due to some factors that are actually beyond the control of the government. The minister attributes the current challenges to gas supply shortfalls to the generation companies due to the huge amounts of money owed the gas suppliers. He hinted that the current war in the Middle East could further worsen the problem. The Nigerian Bar Association has condemned the conduct of former presidential candidate and human rights activist Omoyele Sowore at the Federal High Court Abuja on Tuesday, describing it as a disruption of courtroom decorum. According to reports circulated online, drama unfolded at the Federal High Court in Abuja when Sowore clashed with a senior advocate of Nigeria while attempting to address journalists inside the courtroom. A video circulating online shows the lawyer confronting Sowore, insisting that the courtroom was not an appropriate venue for a press briefing. Sowore, however, disagreed, saying, You're intimidating me and insulting my intelligence because you are introducing yourself to me as an SAN. I also have my own SANs. In a statement signed by the NBA president, Alpha Mosigwe, the association said courtrooms in a constitutional democracy are open to the public to promote transparency and public confidence, but must be conducted with restraint, discipline, and respect for judicial authority. The crisis rocking the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP) appears to have worsened as governors in the party distance themselves from the consensus selection of a national chairman and secretary by the Nyesom Wike-backed faction, insisting on legal redress and a review of the process. This is as Senator Samuel Ayamu and Abdurrahman Mohammed emerge as consensus candidates for national secretary and national chairman, respectively, backed by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Credible senior PDP members aligned with the governors-backed National Working Committee led by Tani Mutaraki SAN, who spoke on condition of anonymity, revealed that they would pursue all available legal avenues in ensuring the crisis is resolved in their favor. Meanwhile, very high-ranking members of the Wike-backed National Caretaker Committee, who requested anonymity, revealed that all geopolitical zones had agreed on consensus candidates for NWC positions ahead of the March 29 to 30 National Convention. On the foreign scene, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is set to meet with his counterparts from the Group of Seven in France on Friday, with discussions expected to focus heavily on the escalating conflict involving Iran. The meeting will take place in Senneville, near Versailles, marking Rubio's first foreign trip since recent U.S.-Israeli military actions against Iran. The talks come amid heightened tensions after President Donald Trump claimed Washington had opened discussions with Tehran, an assertion Iranian Authority has denied, while also pausing earlier threats targeting Iran's electricity infrastructure. According to the U.S. State Department, Rubio would also engage G7 partners on other pressing global issues, including the Russia-Ukraine war and broader threats to international peace and stability. France, which currently holds the G7 presidency, is hosting the high-level meeting. And that is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, thank you all. Let's continue our conversation with members of Club 401. So the second issue of concern for Club 401 is opposition parties should provide credible platforms for Nigerians to make their choices. Dr. Boyle.
That will seem that you're opposing me. Then afterwards, we'll meet somewhere and collect ourselves. If they are not playing this game, they should form a formidable front to oppose the system, say what is not right, point out the things that are not right for Nigerians to understand that indeed they are opposed, they are playing opposition. Okay. But the way it is, we are not seeing such strength in the opposition parties to make our political system strong. So we are pleading with the parties that are running opposition to firm up and stand for their position as opposition persons.
Apostle Uprum.
So on this note, opposition party is part of, or parties, they are part of democracy. And democracies put them there to make sure there is balance in the system. But what we see today, I don't know if Nigeria's system is one of the worst in the world when it comes to politics. Where the winner takes it all. And the voice of oppositions are not even expected to be heard. It seems as if opposition rises to talk or do anything, we'll just run. In fact, they round it up and say, it's one lie, it's people who are hungry, it's this, it's that. No, we can't grow like that. We are looking for a system where the ruling class or the ruling party is growing, the opposition is also growing. No one should frustrate each other from growing. In fact, there are lots of benefits of having opposition parties. But in this case, those opposition parties, we have also seen instances where the ruling party owns some. Where the ruling parties will even form some opposition parties and sponsor them just to favor themselves. And those people in that group, they are not sincere to Nigerians and to themselves. If they love this country, I don't think anybody should be doing that. If you want to be in opposition and provide credible opposition with constructive criticisms, not even criticism, providing solutions and ideas, so that if peradventure these people the ruling party decide to buy any, at least it will help Nigerians. We are looking at things that will help the country grow. In fact, sometimes I think if the ruling class or the ruling parties are actually thinking of helping the country or the masses to come up, or they want to leave the masses where they are and frustrate them and silence their voices in opposition. So we are looking at a way opposition parties will come up with sincerity. Even though they don't win in elections now, they may win someday. But if they play hanky-panky, even when they win, they will not do well. That's the problem Nigeria has been having. So look at APC. People trusted that if APC take over power from PDP, they will do excellently well. But what did we see at last? Today it's like, in fact, if you are not supporting the APC and you are in opposition, you are an enemy. And it's like APC is the worst. Why is it so? Allegedly, why is it so? Because of this hanky-panky system in opposition. They form themselves to do what? To come collect power, but what do you do with the power? So we are looking at credible oppositions that can win election in future and also meet the need and aspiration of Nigerians.
Okay.
We are really interested in development of this country.
Mr. Odesi.
Yes, opposition plays major role in the development of the country. Now, when you look at the Ghanaian elections, you see that they've been changing parties. So if you are there as a president, you have to begin to do well. Or else, if the opposition can come up with something more credible, a personality more credible, options more credible, you see that it sways the people. So what we are advocating here today is that the opposition should learn their platforms, and then they should let it be something that what they are presenting, what they are campaigning or canvassing should be what should interest Nigerians. Now, if the opposition is formidable, the ruling party will be put on its toes. I was reading the 1959 election in Nigeria. In that election, that campaign was wonderful. You had Action Group, you had NCNC, you had Northern People's Element. Sardauna of Sokoto was in charge of one. Now, the North had the population, but those contesting those elections could not go to everywhere. Of course, they know that the North will emerge the highest. But what Awolowo did, Awolowo was using helicopter and was going to the rural areas in the North and was just telling them what he will give to them if he wins, what he will give. So that swayed Sardauna. They said Sardauna have never come out like that before. He had to come out and begin to tell that what Awolowo is doing is not right, it's not this, it's not that. But you see, Awolowo was able to sell something to the people that made the ruling party to sit up. At the end of the day, yes, Ahmadu Bello's party won the majority. But the majority in the North, but they couldn't win the majority to form the government. So they had to enter into an alliance with Zeke's party to form, So what are we saying? And then Awolowo became the opposition. And you can see how the country thrived. So if we have that kind of, that's the kind of vibrancy we are talking about. Even American politics, you don't see a particular political party winning all the time. But if you don't present a viable platform for the people, a viable option for the people to consider, and something that will even affect the ruling party, At a time they were saying that even if you take a goat, if a goat wins a primary of PDP, he will win the election. But that is no longer the same today. But how did APC come on board? They were always saying something. If you listen to Lai Mohammed, people call him liar. But I've observed Lai Mohammed talking. he talks as if there is something inside the ACN that made people to come and say, let's go to that ACN. It's like there is something. He will give you options, he will give you alternatives, he will give you even if they're there now, they are not doing it, they are not performing what they said they will do, but at least they were able to provide an option that Nigerians now began to say, okay, let us try APC and see what will happen. So we're also asking the opposition parties to come up with that. We cannot afford to have a one-party state. It will not favor even the people in the party. Of course, we are reading news already. There is somebody that is already complaining that he has bought form for 5.1 million and they've not given him the form. You want to contest party position, not even elective represent, just for within the party. And he said over 600 persons have also paid the money. They've not given them form. He said there is somebody that people don't want him to get that form. You see, that is one party state, one party system. This is happening in one political party that you felt like, okay, everybody is dancing towards one direction, but people are being deprived. So we can't afford to have that as a government system. We need this plurality. Let other political parties come up. Let that be credible opposition. We need that.
Dr. Boyle.
Yes.
Yes, I see this as a problem with humanity, and particularly what we're observing right now. They are using the strength of lobbying to destabilize the opposition parties, if they are existing anyway. Why do I say so? They present to you what you want to remove it from your seat so that you can't join them. And when you join them, like the way they do in football, they buy good players from other places and put them on the bench so that you don't come and play against them. That is what is happening now. They take you, they lobby you to leave your space and come over to their side, and then they keep you redundant so that they won't hear your voice at all. Now, we are looking forward to a stronger opposition. And we don't have any yet. The one that is supposed to be, let me use Rivers State as an example. The one that is supposed to be opposition in Rivers State is so in shambles that you cannot trust them to fight anybody. Now, the strength in that party is using his personal muscle to push other people into the leading party. Where then will the opposition come from? So we are saying that if there must be a good political system in Nigeria, the opposition should believe themselves to be oppositions and build their walls to that fact and stop accepting monies to cross over or to keep quiet over what they should be talking about. Because when you take something, if you have water in your mouth, you cannot talk. If you have food in your mouth, you cannot talk. Spit those things away. If don't even take it so that you can talk. That is what we are preaching. The opposition should come up with a strength that will not receive distraction.
So I asked the question earlier if the first point of concern for Club 401, if that was to scale through, won't strengthen our political parties. I asked that question, and what you just said is just ringing in my head in different directions. The opposition parties should be firm, they should not collect money, and then that will compromise them. And if they had members staying in one place and not moving about, won't it help these opposition parties to be strong? Won't it help them to build an ideology and members identify and run with that ideology? Because it seemed like a counter conversation from Club 401. One breath, you say,
no. Let me clear that concept of movement. When opposition,
I do understand the concept of movement, I'm
trying to. The directions are different.
I'm trying to just. It sounds like a counter.
Yes, the directions are different. When if oppositions are collating in a sport, is different from when opposition are moving into the ruling party. They are all movements. If opposition, we say allow people to move, let people move from one place. If the smaller groups come together and form one big group, one big opposition, not the smaller groups moving into the bigger group, and there is no opposition.
So you're saying movement in one way is good, movement in another way is bad.
No,
if I understood what you just said, if you're moving from the small party to the big party, it is not good. But if you're moving from small party to small party, it is good.
We are talking about opposition here. And if you are moving from, you are an opposition party already, you are moving from your party to the bigger party, meaning there is no opposition. But
if you want freedom of movement,
yes,
freedom
of movement should be across board, isn't it?
Yes, freedom of movement should be across board. What we are saying is this: allow it. Don't legislate. There is a difference between a legislation saying that you cannot move like this or like that. So our first point borders on the legislation, that legislation is in conflict with the Constitution of Nigeria, which has guaranteed that. So our first point is clear. Consider what you're saying. Consider the law you want to make, and also juxtapose with the Constitution. The Constitution has said it clearly. This Constitution is supreme and binding on all authorities, including the House of Representatives. And if they make a law that, stands against the Constitution, that law becomes void. So these are points that will be challenged, actually. But what at this point is advocacy period. You can look at it and say, oh, what we have done here, let's do a review. Or Senate looks at it and say, no. Let's not add.
Opposition parties making their platforms stronger.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's where a bit of haziness is for me. Right? And I'm asking the question. For instance, this law is open.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We know that the opposition parties are not strong. That's what a lot of persons say. In fact, there are one or two where you have the big boys, the heavyweights. For most of them, they are barely holding on. Right?
Yes.
They need those heavyweights to look their way for them to survive, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it okay for people to move from small party to small party? Is that okay?
No, movement is okay.
Movement is okay.
That is
the
position.
So whether people are moving freely from the small party to the big party, that is okay.
Movement should be allowed.
Across board.
Across board. The reason why we say
that answers
yes,
it. Answers movement should be allowed
across board. Yes.
Okay. Apostle, what to add something?
Yes. What I want to say, take a scenario of what happened last time, and it's still happening in Rivers State now, whereby there was no law, no legislation that people should not move, but somebody wanted to be something in the nation and couldn't get it. Okay, I'm not going anywhere, but I will stay here. All of you will hear me. I will destroy it, and destroyed it. And today, you see some people, they are in one party, they are canvassing for another party, and they are still planting leaders in that same party to frustrate them the more. So you see, but if people are allowed, those kind of people, anybody, maybe the big boys or the small boys, once they move, others with that ideology will continue to thrive, and other people may still come in and strengthen this particular. But when you are forced to stay in a place you don't want to stay, there will be no progress.
Okay. Perhaps for the case you mentioned, it's a little different because people even want him out. He has refused to go. People want him out. He has refused to go.
And he's planting leaders.
There's no law that has forced him to be pinned in that position. He willingly has decided to stay there. He willingly has said, if you not allow me to have my way, we will do what we will do. I don't want to say destroy.
And this legislation now will not give power to that because people can't move.
The use of institutions to strangle opposition is unconstitutional, wicked, and should stop. Mr. Odense, I don't understand this one.
Okay, we understand the trajectory in Nigeria when we're getting towards elections, and then you begin to see violence here and there. We have started seeing it already. Okay, now you have the security agencies that have the sole responsibility. They are not saying anything. In Rivers State here, in Ubima in particular, a particular political party structure was burnt down. No arrest. You get to, I think P2B, they went somewhere in Edo State. there was attack. No arrest. You know? Then you look at people like El Rufai. Yeah, El Rufai have not been in power since how many years? He left. There's no arrest, no detention. You're looking at very close, the timing. Suddenly, ICPC is working, DSS is working, this one is arrested, this one. What is this all about? What is all this? That is what we are saying. You don't use the state institutions, you don't use the courts to destabilize, this democracy. None of them, that is why they don't want to live abroad. Even they send their children, bring them back, because here is more comfortable. So what we are saying is that don't destroy, don't use state institutions to oppress opposition. Some of the people in opposition today were in power yesterday. Some people in power today were in opposition yesterday. So if the law is used again, you don't know what will happen tomorrow. A PDP national chairman said PDP will rule for 60 years. We have not practiced democracy for 60 years, but we're looking for PDP right now. So it means that don't be too happy that what is happening, because change is only the constant thing. You never can tell what would happen after or before 2027. I heard somebody say they will correct something, and the person is no more as we speak. He said they will correct something in 2027. He didn't even live to reach the first quarter of 2026. So that is what we're saying. Don't use your position in power to strangle, begin to hunt down people, begin to use, when this happens, security agencies will not go, they will not say anything. You will not make arrests, you will not do investigation, people will talk, you just keep quiet, turn a blind eye. No. Those persons that were shooting for gun to be shot, there's no way, if police want to do investigation, there's no way they will not do arrest.
Okay.
So that's what we're saying.
Dr. Boyle?
Yes. We know the institutions that we have that are being used to do these businesses. The judiciary is there. Now, when EFCC, for example, picks anybody, they take the person to court. Judiciary will sit over that matter. Now, who are they picking becomes a question. Is that person in their good books? Is the person in their bad books? That is what we are preaching. Do not use certain forces against citizens because they are running against you, or you no longer eat on the same table. You think that they become threat to you, or you once ate together and then you want to keep the person quiet in order not to go and expose certain things. We know about this man that is there now. He went to court yesterday, also El Rufai. The reason why they are holding him, I listen to news, but I still cannot fathom why. Because they were all together in the same system.
Okay, so let me see if I can ask for balance. Huh? Okay. What if, yes, the timing may be questionable. Mm-hmm. What if there are valid concerns for them to be arrested and brought to court to make a defense that what you're bringing me here for, there's no basis whatsoever. I'm not guilty of the things that you've accused me of. Can the government do that?
They can. That is why we are saying, why now? Don't you know about the person's antecedents? Don't you know what the person has been doing before now?
Okay, so how about when somebody goes on TV, right, and says, well, we know someone that tapped the telephone of the National Security Advisor. He didn't say he did it, but he says we know someone will listen into their conversation. So it's justifiable because they too listen to our conversation. Isn't that enough grounds for, has the person not by himself set up himself to be arrested?
No, that's not that.
That's not.
Before that interview,
yes,
there was already an invitation for him. So when we begin to rely on just that interview, there was already an invitation.
Okay, so before the interview, there was an invitation for him.
Yeah, so he now came into the country, and they wanted to pick him from the airport.
Okay,
and
so
he said no.
So in that case,
yes,
The timing no longer becomes the issue because there was already an invitation for him.
There was already an invitation, and he said he was coming in.
Okay, so
and he was
also
going to
know
honor
that,
the invitation.
We also know that the state which he governed for 8 years raised certain petitions against him.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. We are not here to exonerate any person.
Yes.
We are not trying to say, don't do your job. What we're asking is, there are also persons in the government that have even done worse.
No, I'm only asking. I'm only asking these questions.
If government wants to,
Mr. Odesi.
Yes.
I'm asking these questions.
Yes.
To try to strike a balance.
Of course.
Because
the government
people will hear one side. I will not ask questions about. Is it that these men are totally without any accusation? These are accusations.
No. What we are saying is this: the government has that responsibility. Of course, crime is is an offense against the state, and it is the responsibility of the state to ensure that those that have violated the law are prosecuted. It is still part of the functions of the government. So we are not standing or holding brief for anybody or Aerofy or anybody to say this person is not guilty. But we are saying, do it in such a way. When justice, when you're talking about justice should not just be done; it should be seen to be done.
Okay.
So that is just the area we are looking at. Okay, so
Apostle Amechi.
Okay, in that case.
Sorry, Dr. Boy, did you conclude?
No, we're still on the same line, so I'm all right.
Okay.
So, in that case, we are looking at this issue of stifling opposition, not just focusing on Aerofy. We didn't come to represent him, but it came up, actually. Now, look at this matter. Whereby he is not in opposition. I think that's the area they are saying. In fact, where Club 401 is looking for an avenue for accountability for all public office holders. If Nigeria, that's what we expect our Senate, our House of Assembly, our House of Reps should be doing, even local government councils should be doing in every public office. There should be an avenue after your tenure or before the wind up of a tenure. Give account of how you govern or how you rule, how you run the monies that we are giving to you. But what are we even seeing? Look at the Equations observations and that. What are we hearing again? So a lot of things are going on. But when you're in opposition, they can pick you anytime they like. Mostly when you try to talk or speak up. But if you're in the ruling party, you are welcome. Everything is covered. Even till today, there are many that are having more issues. They've not picked them up. I don't want to mention them. Or maybe allegedly, Yahya Bello is still, maybe Fenish and others. There's an is still there. Nobody is picking them up. But because Aerofy now, we may say allegedly, it's not in ADC and maybe a force. It's like this man, let's pick him up. We don't want that. Pick up everybody who is mismanaging the leadership system of this country. That's what we want. Whether in the ruling party or in the opposition, but don't be sentimental. Don't use it to frustrate people. That is that. Now look at River State.
I want to ask a question quickly.
Okay, I wanted to finish something on River State.
I know you finished. Okay. Let me just ask a quick question, right? Yeah. Amechi is the frontline opposition. Has anybody arrested him? Peter Obi, frontline opposition. Has anybody arrested him?
Peter Obi and Amechi, nobody has arrested them, but they arrested somebody that Peter Obi visited in Kaduna.
The person has denied. The person has denied.
They just said they called him for question. Yes, the person would have denied, but Peter Obi said it. Okay, is it that they didn't even go there to pick him? But what I read from that person, that they have released him. They just questioned him, and that's all.
They didn't arrest him. He said he was invited. It wasn't an arrest. No, but it is.
Some of the persons that we have gone to release in custody were only invited. They were even called on phone. But please, can you come and explain?
At least on this case.
Yes.
The man has come out to say, I was only invited. I finished and I left.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Now.
So my question is.
Yes.
Opposition. I agree. The message is apt.
Yes.
It's timely,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Do not use your agencies to intimidate and coerce people into what you want.
Exactly.
Very clear, right? But there are certain opposition members that are doing frontline opposition. The government is complaining about them, but we haven't heard. In fact, in the case of Ubima, right? Yeah. Despite what the Ikore local government chairman said in that statement, it was the government security attached to Amechi that chased those criminals off the road. Amechi has life SSS security by virtue of the fact that he has occupied certain positions. Those SSS, civil defense, police officers on his security detail were the ones that responded to those unfortunate characters in these states that chased those boys away from the road.
And that is their role.
Who funds them? Government. Amechi is a frontline opposition. Peter Obi, I would believe, goes with a security detail, at least SSS, that would ensure that he is protected. So that's why I asked the question. Okay. How about Amechi?
No.
How about Peter Obi? Who exactly has arrested them?
Okay, I think what we are saying is this. Maybe Amechi and Peter Obi, they are not much of a threat to the ruling party.
Oh, okay.
So
that's another way to look at it.
Okay, so looking at that, like I said before, we are not speaking for Erufai or anybody. Now, looking at Amechi and others, something is actually happening. These people, Erufai, Amechi, all of them, they were once together. So the people knows who is who. And I'm not against what they are doing. Picking anybody is not a problem of Club 401. But what we are saying is that don't pick A and leave B and wait until when that B will move to any, the day you offend he moves to any political party, you're not going to remember, say, hey, let's use this and because he did this while we are together. Because tomorrow too, you may also leave and that B will not be in power. That say, hey, D, nah, we remember D. We don't want. That will be what? That will be like I call it a fighting Cold War using a government institution. Now look at the one of Rivers State. I wanted to say something. There was a certain time, a certain House of Assembly made a law. You cannot campaign using public institutions. Institutions, let me put it that way. It didn't waste time, the table turn. They brought at it again. We want to amend it again to use it. So you see, those are the kind of things we are talking about.
All right.
Don't do things that will affect opposition today, and tomorrow you find yourself in opposition. You now come to amend it to suit you. No, nah. All of us belong to this country and own this country. Allow everybody exercise themselves, grow. Let's play politics as a peaceful game, a normal game that will bring peace and joy. Let's see winners by credibility.
All right. So the final issue of concern for Club 401 in this month is the Electoral Act. What are the concerns of the club about the Electoral Act? Mr. Dempsey.
Well, one of the areas is this issue of transmission of results. In fact, from what they have done so far, they amended the law in such a way that they now form EC8A. They are saying it is now the primary document. What that means is that even if there is electronic transmission to IREV, you have that result. And there is a contrast between that result and Form EC8A. The Form EC8A is the primary document. So we have even gone backwards. You know, the 2022 Act helped a little. You know, well, we expected that after the litigations, and the Supreme Court pointed it clearly. The Supreme Court said technology is before us, is with us here. And we cannot continue this way. It's just clearly to say election results transmitted real time. But they've turned around to say from EC8A, we are Nigerians. There will be no network. When there is an interest, when it gets to that, all those polling units, there will be no network. So they will use from EC8A. And this is the from EC8As that have been bringing up people that don't even have the interest of people at heart. You know, so we are concerned. Number two, you look at the issue of removal of qualification as one of the grounds to challenge an election. Now, you did not just remove it. You said clearly that if under this section 138, if a lawyer, you know, files a petition
is that the new act?
This is the new act, yes.
Okay.
You know, if a lawyer, you know, files a petition and includes that, you fine him 5 million. And then the person, the candidate that, you know, retained your service will pay 10 million. including, challenging qualifications. Meanwhile, you look at the Constitution stated clearly on grounds that you can become a president, the qualification. So this act now is now also looking at what do we, is it overriding? They want to override the Constitution.
But you're a lawyer, Mr. Odensi.
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
And you do know that any piece of legislation in Nigeria,
yes,
any piece, is perhaps a bylaw.
No, not a bylaw. It's a law.
It's a law, right?
Yes.
No, I'm asking like a layman, right? That document, no matter who signed it,
yes,
is subject to the Constitution, right?
It's subject to the Constitution, yes.
Is that correct?
Ordinarily, yes.
Ordinarily.
Yes.
So if the Constitution clearly spells out the requirement for political offices, and the Electoral Act says, well, you cannot challenge a candidate based on academic qualification, right?
Yes.
Does this stop someone to go to the courts and say, we have evidence that this person faked his result, and on the basis of that, we're asking that this position be forfeit?
The Electoral Act says you cannot. That a person cannot lose his election based on
if
issue
the
of qualification.
Electoral Act goes contrary to the Constitution, which takes the upper hand?
The Constitution takes the upper hand. That is when there's going to be a challenge on it, and it will travel maybe down to Supreme Court. Now, before it will get down there, it becomes challenging. You see, what they have done here under the Electoral Act, the timelines for prosecuting and litigation is not. There is a timeline for it. Okay. So if qualification issue is part of it, it will run very fast. It will be held here. Now, if you put qualification grounds in your petition, they will strike out that petition
because
from the tribunal. So
from
you will
the
not
Electoral
even
Act,
have the opportunity of getting to Supreme Court.
Or could it be?
You understand?
Could it be that
based on after election?
Could it be that you miss out on that short window? That short window that the Electoral Act places a time frame for you to litigate on issues like this.
Yes.
But it doesn't stop citizens.
No, it doesn't.
From taking a matter where they know is factual to any court of competent jurisdiction to hear the matter.
Of course. I think what they have succeeded in doing now is to make it a pre-election matter.
A pre-election matter.
A pre-election matter.
So citizens can now file anytime.
So a pre-election matter. Election is coming up next year. Next year, January and February. This is March. You have not seen any candidates.
The candidates will emerge from next month.
When you file the application, will emerge next month. You bring up the application. The matter will still be in court. They conduct the election. The person wins. The matter is over.
The person wins, the matter is over.
The person has won the election. You are still in court. What you are in court is a pre-election matter. He has now won.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes.
Then the good thing is you're a lawyer, so you should be providing a good background on this issue, right?
Yes.
Does the Constitution give a timeline for litigations of that nature?
Yes, pre-election matters are.
That's a definition of it. If it's been taken away from the Electoral Act,
yes.
If that condition has been removed from the Electoral Act, it no longer makes it an election issue.
It's no longer an election issue.
It no longer makes it an election issue, whether it's pre or post.
No. Election, we have pre-election and we have post-election. Pre-election is before the main election. Now you can come to court, and so maybe
I do understand. I completely understand what you're saying.
Yes.
These matters are before the election.
Yes.
It could be about
primaries and other
the age, falsification of age, and all of those many things. If the law says, well, I can go to the court, the tribunal, file a petition on this candidate's eligibility to contest election, right?
Yeah, the law didn't spell it, you can do that. But we are looking at it that now that it is no longer there, you understand, after election, you can now bring it up as a pre-election matter. And pre-election matters have a time frame. Okay. If after the election you are still in pre-election matters, has it not become academic? I've been sworn in.
Is it when you file? Is it when you file or how long it has stayed in court that determines whether a case has its merit or not? Is it when you file or how long the matter stays in court?
No, it is the law that determines. Now, I don't know the perspective you're coming from.
If, for instance,
yes,
right?
Yes.
The law says you have 60 days to file
yes.
a pre-election matter.
Yes.
You have filed within the 60 days.
Yes.
You have met the requirements.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
In 60 days.
Yes.
If that matter drags on for longer than 3 months, 6 months, you cannot be, the case cannot be thrown out with the guise that you filed late. Yes or no?
No, you filed within the 60 days.
You filed within the 60 days.
It won't be thrown out. However, after election, it is not a different ball game.
Person has won.
As at the time you were doing the pre-election, maybe I was an aspirant or a candidate. As at the time after election, I won the election, I am now representing the people. He's no longer the same person. And I'll be clinging to this electoral act. If it's not my qualification.
No, but
the electoral act says you cannot.
This is what we understand. We're saying the same thing. What's out of time?
Yes.
Yeah. We have said that this piece of legislation, right, is subject to the Constitution.
Is subject to the Constitution.
Yes.
Is subject to the Constitution. So that's what we're saying now. That until it is challenged, it will be up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court have to rule on this issue because the Constitution has made provision for qualifications, for position of president, governor, and all that. Those are not qualified. It's said clearly in the Constitution. And forgery is part of it. It's a disqualifying ground. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So we are saying that amendment is not in line with the Constitution. That is our concern as a club.
So for the fact that it's not in line with the Constitution, does it stop any citizen from challenging it?
No, it doesn't stop any citizen from challenging it.
How do I mean by the comment?
I have problem with the adjective using qualifying jurisdiction. Competent, court of competence jurisdiction. And I have problem with it because in today, that word competence is very, very expensive, especially with the judiciary. So if you say if it's proven by the court of competence jurisdiction, it becomes problematic because you explain.
Please explain to your
when they say competent jurisdiction, what the law.
I understand. The competence, that is my.
No, not taking the context of. I understand where you're going. The application he's going as to the meaning of that competence. That in the judicial sense, that's not what we refer. That's not what we mean.
I will add that if, for instance, the law says this matter can be heard at the Federal High Court,
yes,
you take it and you file at the State High Court. Yes. You haven't met the competent
jurisdiction.
In
State High Court does not have the competence.
Doesn't have the competence to hear that matter.
Yes.
The argument I take, where I'm going is that who are competent persons there?
Okay, where we're referring
is it about the persons or the institution?
No, it's not the persons. We're looking at the court because the Constitution has made provision as to what you should handle. So it's not the individual. The individuals may be incompetent.
The place qualified.
Exactly.
Your own
place you take it to.
Exactly.
You don't take your head to. I get that.
So don't attach that competence to the individual. So I understand where you're.
So what Club 401 is actually looking at is these our brothers at the Senate and the House of Rep. We are looking at them making laws that will help the country, not the ones that will create confusions, that will now create suspicion in our judiciary system. Whereby they already know Constitution have said something, and you come to the electoral law and say contradicting something, and allow us to go and be suing the court. And at the end, the court is the common hope of the citizens of man. But today, we cannot say it will be or it will not be. So we are saying, make this straight. This is already here.
Okay.
If you are changing it, you are changing it. But if you're coming to put something under and create confusion, it's very strict to that. That's what we are saying. Be plain.
Godstan from Port Harcourt is asking, who will Club 401 give their support to the governorship seat in Rivers 2027?
Okay, we're a citizens association. We don't have a particular candidate. We are political.
You are apolitical.
Yes. We are neutral in terms of choice, but we encourage political participation. Yes, so we are not particular.
So the club is not political.
Political, yes.
It's very obvious that APC doesn't want any serious contact with its presidential ticket candidate, and it has actually set legislative and judicial mechanisms in place to stop ADC from fielding a presidential candidate. E.g., a group is the courts asking for the deregistration of ADC, another group is in courts trying to undermine the authority of ADC's NWC, and so on and so forth. This is Senior L. We talk about ensuring that there's freedom and institutions are not being used. Okay, how can people get in touch with Club 401 as we close?
Okay, we have a contact. Should I call it? Okay, so you can reach us. You can reach us to this phone number 070 6799 3260. I'll take it again. 070 6799 3260.
I have to go to Dr. Boyle, arts consultant, practitioner, lecturer department of theatre and film studies in Port. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Apostle of Innocent Meiji, Upper Room JP, member, 401, DG River State, Grassroots Movement for the Governance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, River State.
And Mr. Jesse, legal practitioner, member, Club 401, living in Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Return to our conversation in a bit. Please with us.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysts, seasoned professionals, and analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you for staying. Let's read more messages that you've sent this morning, and then get set to close. I disagree with this. Saying the oppositions are targeted in the corruption fight. The question you posed about Amechi and Obi should rest it. Obi should be among the biggest threats, at least alleged by some. So Obi is not targeted, and everyone should rest. Secondly, why does it seem like the same people who want to go to court or even bring down the judicial system, politicians defect to the ruling party, are now advocating that the law should allow same effect to smaller parties? That's contribution. Thank you. I heard the Minister of Power is apologizing for power blackouts in the country. Will technology bring back the thousands of naira spent in buying fuel to power my generator for more than 1 month? Wow. Both Minister of Power and Mr. President have failed to keep their promise. During the presidential election, the President said what he said. What are we experiencing? What we're experiencing in the sort of darkness? Let's vote wisely in 2027. I'm going to be contribution. This one? All right. I think I read this message already, so okay. On American-Israel war against Iran, I should say that in 1968, Emperor Alicia of blessed memory once said that until that philosophy that one nation is superior and the other superior is discredited and permanently abandoned, there will always be war. American allies and the entire world leaders should think about this. John Kwango sent a message. Thank you. Wonders and wonders. When our mandate is working wonders under Emiloko, I thought would have been commended for his excellent performance under the mandate. Kanu, you sent this message. Let's go to tradition. I see some messages there. Just as Islam knows how to do their thing in secret, and how comes the port calling the kettle black now that he's retired. I put it to you that you two were also runner-up, like Peter from Oibo, the contribution. One of the bane to Nigerian democracy and growth are the elites who throw away integrity to turn green white to black shamelessly. Prosper, your contribution. Thank you. Thank you so much for your message. So well done. The WW is clearly fair to race. All right, gift, points, message taken. All right. Who will rescue Nigeria? The President and put them out of power. Renewed hope time by a single week and Akpabio. Cannot give us this ordinary water to bathe and drink. PMS is another problem. That's petrol. Where is the happiness as a citizen of Nigeria? Is a pitiable. Pisma. Okay. Rashid, NTA Road. Goba. Our economy is after point. Only the truth can make us and our nation better. Many new houses are also fairly treated. After what's judgment, former President refused to reinstate him because he reinstated those who robbed of their electoral victories by his judgment. Okay? All right. Let's see that. Let me introduce Hekin. He's a legal practitioner, National Legal Advisor Committee for the Defense of Human Rights. Morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here again.
You must have heard of Salami State.
Yes.
You have the full context.
Not quite full.
Okay. What's your read of what's his position?
Well, he has been in that position. Okay. He has his friends and colleagues. He continues to follow on, if you like, developments in the country. So if he expresses his own perception with respect to what he feels is happening in the judicial corruption or provision of justice, or what assessments he would have, I think for me, yes, even if he was at some point confronted with the same issues, it doesn't mean that he don't have some contribution to make. And let's not forget, we follow on very closely when he had his own travails, right? And what circumstances that led to his removal as president of the It's to that extent that I think fair enough, even though I haven't quite got what the details of those comments are, is entitled to him. That's one. And then, like I said, he came from a view of someone who probably, I don't forget again, he was also a husband of, the president of the Court of Appeal, who also spoke with respect to what happens within the judiciary. He was speaking from the point of view of what he knew by his closeness. If you like, by association, was also a just so the Court of Appeal by association by reason of why. People thought that that might be a reasonable source of getting insight to what is happening or what's happening in the judiciary. But from the point of view that he was speaking, he was a senator. He was right.
So, Salami would have been 20 years before the emergence of the then chief of the president of the Court of Appeal at the time. Whose husband made the remarks he made during all of those evaluations?
Yes. So when all of them, most of them, all of them benefited from
the corruption that he alleges. Because one of two things: either corrupt or not competent. That's the reason we get some of the judgments that come from the courts, right? If he's not too long time out of the system, it's not possible that he too may have played in that either competence or corruption.
If you also heard me from the third year, when I said, speaking from the point of view of himself, being from that group, and then also knowing what they do, including his and friends. I just want to say outrightly that he was himself involved. And let me speak from my point of view. Say, I have said, I'm a lawyer, and my primary constituency, whatever you have coming out from the courts, and all of the proceedings against the judiciary and officers, we can't pretend, as ministers in the Temple of Justice, as lawyers ourselves, but just use courts. I mean, the courts here refer to these institutions, and the judiciary themselves. So it's all us. So if you think that you're a lawyer, so we're not in any way vilifying anyone. But now, the corruption, if we all agree, even the idea, sometimes we come to say clearly that, look, this is this right, this is not acceptable, and all that. The agency, in fact, the agency said, it's corruption, judiciary. That's true. That's the reason is to discipline judicial officers. And in fact, they receive petition, and then they have to actually discipline judicial officers. So it won't be wrong for anybody to say there's corruption about the judiciary. Okay. So to identify some, and like we said, for someone of substance, there's not a man of strong in the profession as who has been the president of the court of appeal, and who, like I said, is still watching. And once you are a lawyer, you're a lawyer for life. Once you're a judge for life. That's why it is justice. So it's still within he still sits, have relationship and engagement with them. But whether he's excluded from what he's saying today, I won't even be fighting if it wasn't justified.
So let me ask you. I didn't want to talk about this video. I was a little at the video, really. It's a video of Shantore and Mr. Court. So what was the press conference inside courtroom?
Was it really press conference? But I saw it.
You want that press conference? At least he said so.
Okay.
Yeah, he said himself. I watched the video and I got a little irritated and I just got out. Yeah. Right? Then I said, you go out and have your press conference. Yeah. You must have it inside courtroom. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So he said it's free. He's a citizen. He has the right to. Besides, the judge wasn't sitting in council. That's the right expression. Yeah. Sitting in council. They were allowed to do it. Yeah. Do you find this strange?
There's a mix of watching it over and over. And then sometimes we also don't have to stand high up on the mountain when we want to say certain things. They also have to it and be real. Has it happened with some of us, even to them, my learned senior revered advocates, right? When the court is not constituted, some of them, even like this, some will criticize what I'm going to say. When the court is not constituted, what makes the court the judge? That's why somebody don't make the court. The court is the judge you're referring to. So all the reverence and the sacredness is activated when it comes to session. You can't be content. When the judge is not there, if you are shouting, for instance, you commit contempt, even if your phone is reacting. We take calls as well as when it comes to idiot. Okay. And that's why when it comes about I'm laying the foundation. Okay. There are two sides to what happening in the court between the senior advocate and Shore. Wisdom, and sometimes she will address some of these things. But to be real here now, when we start with the court, until the judge comes out, we do phone calls. Why do you stop taking your calls, including senior advocates, when the judge is coming? Because when the court is constituted, the spirit of the court is activated. That all those things that they never wanted to happen, can't take videos, you can't. Let's go to the sometimes, because of the nature of certain matters, right? Before the court is constituted, you see cameramen, media, they come to the court hall, we take pictures, take some, that's how you will even see, and all the matters, see the aspect that the media will report, and you've seen pictures and videos of from the media, of the court hall, because court has not started. They take some pictures, so they will even have an interview with someone. It has happened to me. And the next 30%, depending on the nature of matters we handle sometimes, right? I call it when I took up this Kunabunta at some point. So the media would right just record the court for us.
So the senior advocate was overreacting?
At that earlier stage, I think so. Okay. And again, too, the approach, like, that's why everything is in the position and the plot, the oral that you wear. But it's, Mr. Gentleman, this thing you're what you do now, you do it quickly and leave it. Or if it's the other, if you don't do this here now and all of that. But some the expression went. And then now curated, what's it here? Instigate, text all like it. And at the end of the day, like, you're almost mocking my reverting advocate. That you're saying that you don't talk about just the press. Well, at the point, the country had even on him. And he was talking to writings of the comments. And then, so for me, yes, it should be a bit. Would I say, if I say that it should be a bit. We're all advocates, we're all activists, but a bit. Would I say? If you meet somebody that is not defined. So let me that it should be a bit circumspect in some of these responses. Then on the side of senior advocate, he has learned sessions. But if you a video, you say that landed.
So if people fought in court without the court in session,
it's not content. There's no content before.
It's not discretion.
It's not discretion. It's not discretion, but it's just like it will be fending outside the system.
So it could be the place that is instituted for judicial cases only receives the anointing somewhat.
When the Spirit has descended.
So that's just
when the Holy Spirit has gone, you when the intervened.
Anyone react to this?
For me, I think Mr. Show.
You follow the drama,
I refuse to follow. Because I decided to invest my time on more profitable things than just, following some cash TVs and the rest of them. Kelly, don't ask me anything.
I have nothing to ask.
It's my statement. You see, you meet some people, sometimes like a barrister here says, circumspect. You are in need of people. Receiving a call is different from press briefing. I can receive my call and even, just like, okay, I hear you later and all that. But you call pressmen to call, you want to address them in the courtroom. For what reason? For what reason now? You just want to show some of these shenanigans, let them know that you are in the court, I am sure worry, and all that. For me, I think they just need to respect themselves.
Clearly, if the court is as big as this Port Harcourt, this entirety, and there is no judge seated, the court is not constituted. What bars Shore from having that press conference within that precinct. Nothing, absolutely. Okay. You see, it's just like this story they say in time past that a certain king every day will deceive people. Lion has come, lion has come. People will now come to his palace to go and kill the lion or whatever. Nothing absolutely happened. Until he kept on deceiving people, people got tired. One particular day, the real lion invaded his palace. And as he was crying, shouting, nobody showed face. Before they could come, when they found out that truly this cry has taken a new turn, or that it might be something has happened bad. So they went. They came and certain things have been damaged by the lion. And said, oh, so the king cried and said, but I was calling you. They said, no, you've deceived us a lot now. So somebody like Showore, who is always, you say this one, he'll jump up and do this. That's when I heard this one, I said, what is wrong? Because I know from my friend who is a legal practitioner, who told me that a court is not seated if there is no judge.
Okay.
So for me, Showore didn't commit any offense, and of course the SANC. One thing, Kelly, please. I think those who are SAN and maybe justices and all that, they should know that humans are the same. It doesn't matter the qualification you have. Anything you want to do, value your fellow human. So when he comes, the way he had addressed Showore is what made him annoyed.
Kelly, I understand that the court premises is a noiseless environment. We have the marketplace where people can shout. If you think you have your right to address pressmen within the courtroom, don't I also have my right to my quietness and the rest of it? So what about you bring the press and I also do my own? What would be the outcome?
And they say afraid inside the court without the judge in court. It's of no consequence.
So what about to disrupt the activities of that day?
No, if they fight and scatter, the courtroom, if they fight and scatter the courtroom, nothing will happen, Abi. Police will just arrest you for
arrest and they won't be able to sit that day.
So let me ask a question. I like to ask a quick question. I remember when what's his name? Nnamdi Kanu's trial was ongoing, and James Omotocho announced that he had given permission for Nnamdi Kanu to meet with his counsel on a particular issue in court. Doesn't that tell us that the judges, even in absence, still have some control over their courtrooms, and it should be respected in that wise? Is the question clear?
No. The question is clear, but it really doesn't. If I got you, the judge was in court.
No, the judge wasn't in court.
Wasn't in court, but gave an order.
He even moved the case. Okay. He said some of the things that he said he allowed.
Yes.
To allow for Nnamdi Kanu to make his case.
Yes.
Ways of pleading with him, trying to pet him, just get him to make his defense, open his defense. That even allowed a whole court session, moved cases, so that Nnamdi Kanu would sit down with his legal counsels and fine-tune certain areas of their case. Like he did that, right? Yes. Ordinarily, the judge is not sitting. Why did they need the permission of the judge to hold a meeting like that? Then?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not quite
the
way you're presenting it. You see, the judge may have said so while sitting and left. Give permission for them to continue to have their discussions. At that time, let me just draw that thin line. What would be happening during that discussion? Right? If it is something that would have been permissible to be done by any individual of them while a court is sitting, if they do, it is not a contempt of the court, of the judge in this case. So what I mean, for instance, you see, if it was a proceeding proper, you can't talk across voices.
Okay.
One person at a time, right? Now, apparently that could happen when the judge had risen. If the judge was, okay, you can use here for your meeting. In case of that, their discussion, they could have arguments. One voice crossing the other, and then even maybe becoming unruly.
Okay.
Do you understand? At best, the registrars of court will guide them. And probably, you are losing the opportunity the judge has given you to have your proceedings here, you can leave. Do you understand? That is not contempt.
Okay, so
in that regard. My colleagues will be listening.
In this case, if the registrars of court had cautioned Showore, would that have been in order?
It's also just about maybe maintaining calm. It's not contempt.
No, I'm not saying about contempt because.
But that's the point. We're trying to give.
But it was also talking about.
He was
also talking about order in the courtroom. He was talking about order in the courtroom.
Who regulates the order?
So you just mentioned that if the judge had said, use the court by moving every other case, I give you permission to use the court.
Yes.
They were in court yesterday for a hearing. Right? They were waiting for the judge to emerge for that hearing to commence.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there still ought to be a sense of in the courtroom, isn't it?
Yes. Listen. See, I think we need to paint this picture the way it is, right? And let me give the real situation that even right now as we speak, if you go to a court and the court is not sitting yet, it is like this place where it's like anywhere outside. It's like any public place. But just that this consciousness of that, it's the public place, though. You know what I mean? Even us amongst lawyers, we have our discussions. We discuss all these political things that are happening. Mm-hmm. Sometimes voices sometimes even the other, like Amy was trying to say, I beg more than take a use. The voices, the whole ordinary, even the senior advocate and other lawyers, he wasn't, one thing that also replicates or shows respect to the court, even in your dressing. You wouldn't be in that form he was dressed, the judge was sitting. So all of those sacred, very things that you ought not to do, including this not granting press conference, is when the court is present and not sitting. So it means that you're not dressed up, you're not, you're crossing your leg, you drink water, you eat. You don't do that when the court is sitting. But why would you do that in the court hall? You can drink water.
But you can eat in the court hall.
You can eat maybe when it's not yet there.
Okay. Let's move on. I have to move on.
It's all right. It's all right. I just wanted to say one.
Do you accept Adelabu's apology?
Very ridiculous. And elsewhere, these are individuals that would have left those offices. So I think I probably will brief. It is very ridiculous, and these are individuals that would have left those offices. And even that is apology. We're just saying something. I was reading an authority, a case 2 days ago, talking about the effect of apology in some cases and circumstances that could lead to mean an acceptance, admission of culpability. And in this case, an admission of failure. Adelabu's apology, for me, and also admission of failure. And elsewhere where people are responsible, public officers are responsible, failure means you should leave. So accepting what? Accepting darkness? Accepting frustration?
How about the reason he gave for the blackout?
What reason did he?
Shortage of gas supply.
Why would we have shortage of gas supply?
Okay, do you
say it's hummus?
Do you also think it's pertinent for the actual ministry to speak to Nigerians as to why that may be happening?
It's not what I would condemn to speak why something is happening. But you know what? I would want to listen to you, your reason why that is happening. And if that your reason is careless and something that you should leave, you're already coming to expose yourself that you're not competent. Let me go now issue of gas. Why would we not have gas? So what don't we have gas reserve? We talked about here the other day when we were talking about the crude and then the effect of the war, how it has quickly and just within a week, it's got the effect also in a country as Nigeria, where there are countries that are still having reserves that are sustaining them, that they actually even bought this same product for us. They don't have any. So we shouldn't even talk about not having gas because of what is happening in Iran. At the moment, it's too early. So it means that we didn't have reserve of gas.
The gas thing started before the war.
So that's ridiculous. You should have just left the office.
Well, Kelly, I think for me, any ministry that wants to talk about that could go ahead and talk about that. But it's under one umbrella, federal government, under Tinubu, at least for now. And so, who is responsible? Government is responsible for the lack of gas as we have it. Mm-hmm. So, Adelabu is representing Tinubu, who is the president of Nigeria. And if he's saying this, does it make anybody? Are we going to throw a party and then to be left with him? No. Why would government not make gas available? So, I don't listen to any apology. For me, I have not apologized. He just made a confident statement.
On X, Bumada Katima put it this way. Good morning. The truth is that the worst minister in President Tinubu's government is the Minister of Power. He has lost his compass in navigating the ugly tide, supply of electricity to the average households in this country. We have to go. The guest is joining us shortly, so I have to close the show now. Amy Faiga, you talked about this already, no?
Yes,
but statement. We'll talk about it.
Yes, we'll talk about it.
Yes, I have to close the show, sadly. Oh, yeah, quickly.
I think we are also providing a kind of solace to this PhD. I'm focusing on PhD because this is their jurisdiction. A PhD, whom I pay for services, cannot explain to me why they are not providing that services. Sometimes I take explain to.
They've had the release statement.
That's what.
That shortage of gas supply has affected grid allocation to the franchise.
That is why Adelabu in this matter is just a busybody. He's a busybody. He would have allowed these companies to explain themselves to Nigeria if Nigeria will accept whatever they are telling us. He's a busybody, and now he's taking the backlash.
Emi Faiga, political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Thank you, sir. I'm Eric Ine, legal practitioner, National Legal Advisor Committee for the Defense of Human Rights. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerian.
All right, I guess dropping in moments from now, we'll have a conversation. Stay with us. All right, we have a guest from Lambert Wies Global Services Limited joining us at this time. Good morning, madam. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Nigeria.
Please tell us what you do at Lambert Wies Global Services.
Lambert Wies Global Services Limited, a real estate company. What would they do? Would they sell land? Would they sell properties? Would they equally help you build your own houses in case you don't get your own land? And remember, say this Lambert Wies Global Services Limited, what would they talk about? The registered real estate company here in Nigeria under CAC. Now, currently, we dey sell one of our estates where we dey call New Hope Global Estate, where they inside big Elele for Ikoyi local government area. How much you can they sell this land we will talk about? Now, just 700,000 naira for one plot. 700,000 for one plot. We can't make things easy. We can't say, in case your money no be 700,000 at a stretch, come bring 400,000. Then after 3 months, you go come get to balance the remaining 300,000. They will do what they call instant allocation. That means say as your money they complete, will they show you your land? Will they show you the one where you go choose from our survey plan? Then you come they say promo deo as if I don't they reach. Say if you buy 4 plots, we will come summon you 1 plot free of charge. Now they say buy 4 plots, get 1 plot free. We can say okay, in case that one too no do you, you know like that one. Or you come buy 5 straight plots. At the price of 550,000 naira for 1 plot, but he must buy 5 plots. We're going to say, as they listen to us now, make it call us. Call us on our phone number. It will be 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595 or 0912 752 1009. 0912 752 1009. Remember, all our lands at Lambert Wies Global Services Limited, they're fully registered. They get what they call certificate of deposit. The certificate of deposit now the last paper where you go get before you go get CFO. So what we say this land as it stands so in the next few months you go get what they call certificate of occupancy. And me and you not say any land where get CFO, then they sell anything less than 10 million. So now as it the hot, would they say make you call us on 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595 or 0912 752 1009. 0912 752 1009. Now the good thing about this our land what we talk about now be say if you don't pay this 700,000 naira check for this 1 plot, we know they collect any other money join them. I mean, so they tell you say the registered surveyor na free of charge, the deed of conveyance na free of charge, no bush entry, no agency fee, no local government this, no local government that. Because Lambert Wies Global Services Limited don't take care of all these things to ensure say when you buy our property, you buy peace of mind. When you buy our property, you don't go there run up and down. That make they say come visit us for our office where they for Kings Plaza. Kings Plaza they inside big LA. As you say they come from Rukboko or Igrita as a intermoto, tell them make them drop you for Access Bank where they for big LA. You go look up, you go see 2-story building where they paint with yellow. You go see our banner where we write down New Hope Global Estate. Now there we day. Come visit us. You they do small business. If they talk and say this is what this people they do, you go but my hand no reach for this kind of money where they call. Would they say come? We get plan for everybody. The agenda make it be say everybody don't get in own personal plot. You don't take away you don't day for that tenant. You don't take away they run up and down, they pack here. Come buy your own land at Lambert Wies Global Services Limited. Call us on the phone 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595 or 0912 752 1009. 0912 752 1009. Now, this land wey we dey talk about, e get proximity. Wetin we dey talk be say e get things wey be say if you buy this land, if you invest am, because of the things dem wey dey around there, you know say you go get your money. Like Akopait Polytechnic, na 2 minutes drive to our site. Fadede University, wey be McDonald University, na 5 minutes drive from there to our site. Wigwe University, wey dey for Isokpo, na 8 minutes drive from there to our site. And then Port Harcourt International Airport, na 10 minutes drive from there to our site. Me say you wey dey work for airport, if you see buy this land build their own house, e no go take you anything you don reach our office. Or if you buy am build hostels, your market go sell because students go rent am. Wetin you dey wait for? The land wey we dey talk about na 100% dry land o. No be say na swamp, na confirm dry land. And when you buy this land, come plenty. As e be say the estate price dey increase because last year December we sell 550, now don dey 700. So as the price of the land dey increase too, your own fee dey increase. So even if you no wan build am, you come resell am. That one go come give you wetin we dey call return on investment. This land we say 700,000 naira for just one plot. If you no get the 700,000, we say bring 400,000. After 3 months time, you go pay the remaining 300,000. Or we say buy 4 plots, get 1 plot free. Buy 4 plots, get 1 plot free. Or buy 5 plots at a stretch at the price of 550,000. Buy 5 plots at a stretch at the price of 550,000. You too, you don't see and now say what we dey try to do. Say everybody need to get his own personal property. Everybody need to get his own land. So call us on the phone number again: 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595 or 0912 752 1009. 0912 752 1009. Remember, say all the documents where you need for this property, as much you don't pay your 700,000, you don't pay any income up to that money. We say the registers of your plan now free. The deed of covenants now free. No push entry, no agency fee, no local government development levy, no this, no that. Lambert with Global Services Limited don't take care of all these things. Wait till you dey for. Hurry now. Come before this promo go end.
All right.
Come, we dey wait for you. Our inspection days now Monday to Friday, Monday to Saturday, sorry, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We our office waiting for Kids Plaza. They wait for you.
All right. Phone numbers again.
Okay. In case you just join us, the phone number where you go use call Lambert with Global Services Limited now 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595. 0903 538 7595 or 0912 752 1009. 0912 752 1009.
All right, thank you so much, madam, for making the time to be here. Thank you very much. That's it for today's quest. It's Wednesday. When stand by, stay with us. It's Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Maybe home is somebody's smile and they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories, we inspire comfort, we are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Yellow. It's another beautiful yellow Wednesday morning in the world most exciting night on radio. MTN Infocom Haffer on Today FM 95.1. Yeah, of course, we had a long holiday, isn't it? I know you all had good time. What the yellow Santa Claus is, yes. How do I stop this Wednesday for you? Might start giving out an airtime, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. I'll do the first. I'll do the first airtime today. All right. And I'll leave my number with you. Okay. I got a lot of questions and coming, but I realize more from the TV. All right. So today we'll be giving out numbers to hit up a little Santa Claus. Now remember, just message only. You don't need to call, right? Just I'm the one with lots of recharge cards. I'm the one to call, so you don't need to call the yellow Santa Claus. Just send me an SMS. Then I'll call you if there's the need to call you, right? So you don't need to spend your money. But I'm gonna be slow because I got a lot of complaints. Hey, your Santa Claus, the recharge card is fast, but it's fast to swing, isn't it? Don't worry, I've got a queen in the building, but she's gonna try it because she's got a lot of time anyway. And you know what? Everyone around me can even load it because there's a 360 buffer around. So if you try to load, you're gonna have your phone blocked. So it's for you. This is just to keep you all safe. The airtime is for you out there, right? Now, the first airtime I'm giving out this beautiful yellow Wednesday morning. 6493 8815 7528 10071. There is 6493 8815 7528 10071. Now come on, tell me it's fast. But anyway, remember every addiction is a bad thing. Yeah, we'll talk that. Yeah, sure. Don't get addicted to it, but there's just one addiction that's prescribed. Don't ask me who. But remember, addicted to Today FM and MTN is the best therapy for heart attack. Almost called. But it's all good. Now, I want to start with the SMSs. We've got lots of SMSs reaching out to me. We tricked out number management. It's actually the major problems we've been having lately. Power before now has always been when you lose your number, you bother about your contact. But today, I think that is a thing of the past because we have various ways to actually store our contacts. So now losing your number, it's the new trend. Now, I know some of us are not losing our number because we want to lose it. Yeah, sure. Now, the DAPA trend came through and a lot of us had to migrate overseas. Some of us actually work offshore. Yeah, we work on rigs. Yeah, I think that's what they call it now, working on a rig. Some of us were frequent travelers, and most times we had to go out for a long time. Now, but they say, we actually agree in that class that if you have to travel out, there's something to do. Yeah, so you're joining in for the first time and listening to the voice of the yellow Santa Claus on FM. It's MTN Infocom Haffer. On this program, we take time out to educate you on all you need to know on the products, features, and functions of all MTN products and services as well. Your cell phone, a lot of us use our cell phones today, but don't even know 40% of what the cell phone can do. So we change our cell phones like one devices. Now, some cell phones we want to drop today. That's very useful for the next 4 or 5 years. Okay, back to what we're talking about, how to manage your number. But I'm just going to be taking questions we talked about this couple of days. We did the last 2 weeks, but I'm just going to be responding. Now, the first SMS coming all the way from Asa, and this is coming from Ife Chukudina. Ife Chukudina is asking you, sir, hello, sir, thanks a lot for this eye-opening. All right. Now, what is the difference between keep my number and roaming? Good question, Ife. Keep my number simply means notifying MTN, right, to keep your number for you safe. Now, roaming is just notifying the browser that I will be going across to the country and I want to use my number while I'm there. Now, the good thing about it is today we don't need to notify the browser you're traveling the roam because we have connecting roaming platforms across various countries across the globe. Yeah, sure. So you don't need to do roaming again. But the difference here is my usage. Now, for roaming, if you actually notify the brand you're traveling for roaming and you do not as well do a bill-level transaction for 360 days, you still will lose your line. But for keep my number, it's like asking someone to say, guys, protect, keep the money in fixed deposit in my account and say, look, hey, come on, I want this money captured on my business for days. I'm just trying to draw an illustration, right? So keep my number is notifying MTN that I'll be gone for 360 days. I may not be able to play the call because of what I'll be doing there. I want my number preserved, kept from me, and whenever I come back, I get it back. Now we have 3 start off. We have 1 year, one for 2 years, and of course 3 years. So all of that is optional. So it's all about you. Who knows how long you want to go? So you just notify us based on that, right? But I'll take a time out right now, let you digest it. Play my songs. What's there? Come back because I would an airtime again after time out.
This is Melodic Talk Radio.
95.1fm.
Looking for ways to save your data? It starts with your apps. Deleting unused apps helps, but there's more. Most apps have data saver modes. Activate them to control data usage. You can also go to settings to turn off auto updates. Lastly, close unused apps to save data when you ain't using your apps. These changes can make a big difference. For more information, visit your mobile operator's website or consumer.ncc.gov.ng for more helpful tips. Stay connected and enjoy smarter data usage. This message is brought to you by the Association of Telecom Operators and Electronic Communications Commission.
Talk radio. Hey, listen to Talk Radio. 95.1 FM.
Onye si na ya bụ every church, they never G, no matter what. If you know him, I'm waiting to take the call. Make the call, invite them on. Obolo, Yabolo Gaba, Obolo, Yabulute, Obolike, Yakalukata, Oagamai.
Let's listen to the voice of the Yellow Santa Claus on it down on MTN for come from there from 95.1 Port Harcourt. Of course, remember, to be a about talent is all about the information behind the talent. And there's notes I want to let you in that the only place to stay and always remain it's Today FM. And then don't forget to use the number one network MTN. It's life better. Now, of course, there's yellow in every man. There's yellow in me, there's yellow in Terry, there's yellow in Queen, there's yellow in Kelvin. If you doubt it, when you read and check your week. There's yellow in everybody. It's indeed a yellow word. But of course, let me start everybody give it at airtime. So if you just join in, that's how we do it here. We give it at airtime, fastest fingers. And of course, we also have lots of gifts to give out this Easter period. You can have my headphone power banks, alkaline carbs, strife bags, a whole lot coming through, right? Yeah, but first, let's about the fastest fingers now. Second airtime is yellow morning, 8819-7804-1738-23969. That is 8819-7804-1738-23969 and 9. Remember the number to hit out of the yellow Santa, like I said, just SMS alone. Just messages alone. It's 0803-3538-509. 0803-3538-509. Now, just let me in on what you want, whatever you want MTN to do to serve you better. What do you think we should do to make your life look more better? Remember, MTN is a customer-centric company. We'll listen to your complaint, we take it in, and when we return it back, we leave you with nothing but wow. So just let me in on that issue of yours, and I bet you you'll be glad you did. Let's take the next question. This is coming in from as well from the Enyimba City in Sobru. Uzoma, I know we had a conversation, right? It's coming from Uzoma, and then Uzoma pulled a very serious question, and I thought it's better to share it with all here on radio as well, because probably some of us may have similar issues as well. Now, Uzoma, you said, Yellow Santa, I'm following you for over 15 years. Thank you for the insights and always in part for messages. But my problem is, I actually have my mobile data on, and I was using my WhatsApp as well. By the end of the day, I got my phone suspended. Now, okay, this is actually what may have been happening to a lot of us, and I think we have to talk about it. Now, so remember, we have to run through your line and we discovered that while you got into a place or the areas where you have the Wi-Fi, you automatically switched off your phone. Now, some phones have settings that enables Wi-Fi and deactivate mobile data. So you are also checking your settings and find out if you have an auto label of mobile data. That happens on some very sweet phones lately, like you have that's well in iPhones, that's well in Redmi phones. You do also have it in some very good Samsung phones as well. You know, so they give you a choice to switch between the ISPs that you might use for your browsing. Now, sadly, when somebody know that his mobile data has been switched off and he's been browsing with Wi-Fi all of this time, and at the end of the day, 360 days while he was working in Kuwait, he was in an oil field in Kuwait, like if I remember you said so, right? And then you go back and discover the lines come like you were brother. So that's what happened. That's why working with the internet of your company and not the mobile internet. So that's exactly also what is happening to many of us back here. Well, we come to see browse and get how to do what to identify. Okay, most times when you check and you want to use a mobile data, disable the modifier. The modifier, so you can have the modifier, we can do it for you, or practically use the data on yourself. Okay, so I'm so sorry, man. But this will also help hundreds of thousands and millions of us getting across now that hey, check your setting and make it manual so you can choose between the one you want to use at any time. I kind of like this little question as well, and I think it's something we should. And this one lines are disconnected. Now the answer is yes. Now, a lot of us also have do not disturb activated on our cell phones. Now, I kind of understand why we did this, because sometimes there's so many promo SMSs coming from the networks to you, and you all don't want that. And over time, we've had people complaining, hey, no, come on, I don't want too many of these text messages they're sending to me, they're blah, and then so they activated do not disturb. Now, so if your do not disturb is activated, you will not get the notification prompt. And that's what has happened. So yes, there's a notification that comes to you probably before the disconnection, but it's in your hands. So check your cell phone. Are you on do not disturb? If you're on do not disturb, you probably will not get that SMS or that notification. And hey, come on, you might also lose your line. All right, I'll take a time out right now. When I come back, I'll let you in on how to pick the 3 platforms that we have to keep your number. And then, of course, we'll do this again same time next week. I'll take a time out.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You dey find ways to save your data. You go first start out with your apps. Delete apps where you know they use, but other things go still dey. Some apps get data saver modes. Make you activate them to control the data usage. You fit also go your setting, make you up the auto updates them. Then make you also close apps where you know they use to save your data when you know they use your apps. This small change go fit help you save your data well. For more information, make you go your mobile operator website or consumer.ncc.gov.ng for better tips. Make we dey connect and enjoy our data use well. This message they come from the Association of Licensed Telecom Operators, where join body with the Nigerian Communication Commission.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Right, I'm still here. Paid to talk. That's what I do for a living. Just keep talking in the number one talk station, Today FM 95.1. Port Hackett is empty and Infocom half hour with the yellow Santa Claus, the only Santa Claus that stays with you all day, all time, everywhere you go. But of course, let me defend my title as a Santa Claus. I'm giving it another airtime right now. Remember the number to hit me up where it is 08033538509. 08033538509. Remember, no calls, just SMS. All right? You take this number. The last airtime for today is 6000. That's 000 3769 4555. That's 555 99655. I'll take that again. 6000. That is 000 3769 4555. That is 555 and 996 and 55. That's the last recharge card for today. What I'm quickly going to do this now. How to get to keep your number. Truly, it's painful. I can't understand how you all feel when you lose your number, and truly, we do not want that happen to any one of our subscribers no more. All right, so we have 3 of it, so you can actually keep your number for 1 year, keep it for 2 years, keep it for 3 years. The same code, just the number of years changes, and I'll give the code once, and I'll bounce out of the studio. So to do that, simply dial *365 *1 and hash. *1 here simply means for 1 year. And of course, if you want to do an SMS, you just send a short code KMN1 to 36500. For 2 years, you dial star 365 star 2 and hash. And then if SMS as well, KMN 2 to 36 500. For 3 years, dial star 365 star 3 and hash. And of course, SMS KMN 3 to 36 500. The prices are for 1 year is 511 naira. For 2 years is 819 naira. And for 3 years is 1,228 naira. So that's all you need to do, and then your number will be kept for you whenever you come back. Pull a call or not, make a billable transaction or not, you have your number saved for you. But anyway, this is all I have for you today. By the grace of God, we're sure going to be here. Same time, same station next week. But this time we'll be talking about how to manage your data, because a lot of firms have also been complaining about the data. And now, hey, come on. Remember, our questions of the week will be coming from all we treated on this program. On behalf of the production crew, many thanks to Terry, my dance coach, and of course, my one and only DJ Kenyo, and of course, the soul sister herself, the queen of the airwave. Thank you for letting me share your time. I remain yours generously, Prince Nnamdi Obi, the Yellow Santa Claus, saying be good to yourself. Remember, all you can ever be to yourself is good. Bye and God bless you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe Home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. The federal government apologizes to Nigerians over power outages, promises improvement. Federal government sets March 31 deadline for reopening of Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. Uniport students raises concerns over increasing presence of out-of-school children begging within campus. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump insists talks happening right now as Iran-Israel trade strikes. Now the detail. The federal government has apologized to Nigerians over power outages but has promised improvements across the country in the coming days. Nigeria's Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, made the promise during a press conference on his achievements in the last 3 years, where he apologized to Nigerians for what he described as temporary issue that is leading to hardship being experienced, especially during this dry season. Adelabu noted that businesses, schools and industries have been affected, saying that it is not the wish of the federal government to find the country in current situation, but due to some factors that are actually beyond the control of the government. The minister attributed the current challenges to gas supply shortfalls to the generation companies due to the huge amount of money owed to gas suppliers. He hinted that the current war in the Middle East could further worsen the problems. Nigerians have experienced power outages in recent weeks, leading to calls on authorities to address the issue. The country's power sector relies on gas-fired plants, but they have continued to face disruptions, largely due to inadequate gas supply, pipeline maintenance issues, aging infrastructure, and liquidity constraints. To address this challenge, the minister suggested scaling up renewable energy solutions, particularly off-grid and mini-grid systems. He also called for the integration of additional renewable energy into the grid, which he said would help diversify energy sources and reduce overall generation costs, particularly by lowering dependence on gas-fired power. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has ranked the Rural Electrification Agency the best organization in integrity, compliance and ethics in the power sector. This was contained in the Commission's 2025 MDA scorecard obtained by Newsman, a document which states that the rating reflects the strength of REA's governance structures, operational processes, and compliance culture over the last 2 years. ICPC said the milestone reflects the agency's adherence to ethical standards, openness, and transparency. Further reinforcing this achievement, the REA has also been ranked among the top 15 MDAs under the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit Effectiveness Index, a key performance indicator assessing the efficiency of anti-corruption and transparency units across public institutions. Nationally, the REA currently stands at 20th position, signaling a strong upward trajectory in institutional accountability and transparency. The current ranking holds an even more significant relevance for the agency and the nation at large when compared to the last ICPC ranking cycle released by the Commission in the year 2020, which ranked the REA 157 out of 220 and placing the agency at 31.4% in overall performance, while the agency's current overall performance ranking is 71.98%, over 50% improvement. The federal government has declared that the long-troubled Enugu-Onitsha Expressway is fast shedding its green past as it intensifies a sweeping infrastructure upgrade across the southeast under President Bola Tinubu. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, made the declaration during an inspection of ongoing projects in Enugu, including the expressway and the Eke Obinago flyover, where he expressed confidence that the era of consistent fatal accidents, endless traffic, and public frustration along the road is coming to an end. Once regarded as one of the most dangerous highways in the region, the Enugu-Onitsha Road had for years been plagued by tanker explosions, loss of lives, and economic disruptions. But Umahi said decisive intervention by the Tinubu administration has changed the trajectory. The minister further disclosed that the dual carriageway, which spans 107 kilometers on each side, is undergoing a major structural shift, with a significant portion being converted from asphalt to concrete to ensure durability. He added that the same approach is being extended to sections in Anambra State, including the head bridge axis, where an initial asphalt design is being replaced with concrete pavement to align with modern highway standards. The National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress APC, Senator Ajibola Basiru, has boasted that there is no threat to the National Convention of the party scheduled for Federal Capital Territory on Saturday. Bashiru said the convention will be held in accordance with the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the ruling party's Constitution and guidelines. Bashiru noted the complaint by South-South National Vice Chairmanship aspirant Fubara Dagogo, who has gone to court, describing the move as spurious and lacking in basis. Also, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the convention would be a milestone. No fewer than 7,200 delegates are expected at the convention. Ahead of Saturday's convention, zonal congresses to produce leaders at that level of the party's structure will be held at 6 centers today, reflecting the 6 geopolitical zones. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) convened a high-level meeting with leaders of political parties at its Abuja headquarters to present and deliberate on new electoral guidelines ahead of the 2027 general elections. Party chairmen, secretaries, and representatives were in attendance, including Nenadi Usman for the Labour Party and Samuel Anyanwu representing the People's Democratic Party (PDP). The meeting focused on newly drafted guidelines aligned with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2026. According to INEC, the updated framework reflects recent legal changes, making it necessary for political parties and stakeholders to adjust to evolving electoral procedures rather than rely on outdated regulations. As part of preparations, the Commission also outlined plans for the continuous voter registration (CVR) exercise. Online pre-registration is scheduled to begin in August 2025, followed by physical registration, allowing eligible Nigerians to register or update their voter details. INEC further announced a nationwide voter register revalidation aimed at eliminating duplicate entries and removing deceased persons to strengthen the credibility of the electoral roll. Meanwhile, political parties under the aegis of the Inter-Party Advisory Council (IPAC) have rejected the amended Electoral Act 2026, describing it as a regressive framework that could undermine the credibility of the 2027 general elections. The position was made during a consultative meeting with Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), where IPAC National Chairman Yusuf Dantale urged the National Assembly to urgently review and amend the law to avert what he described as a looming democratic crisis. He argued that the current provisions place excessive pressure on political parties and fail to reflect stakeholder inputs from public hearings, thereby worsening public distrust and voter apathy. The Council also criticized aspects of the electoral timetable released by INEC, saying it is anchored on a flawed legal framework that disproportionately affects opposition parties. Among its key demands, IPAC called for the restoration of indirect primaries, insisting that the choice of candidate selection method should remain an internal party matter, free from legislative imposition. IPAC also opposed the requirement for political parties to submit membership registers with national identification numbers named by April 2026, warning that it could disenfranchise many Nigerians. The Council further advocated mandatory electronic transmission of results to the IRF portal and the establishment of an Electoral Offences Commission to curb malpractice and strengthen the integrity of Nigeria's electoral process. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. Students at the University of Port Harcourt have raised concern over the increasing presence of out-of-school children begging within the campus environment. A cross-section of students who spoke with Today FM correspondent alleged that the children frequently roam around lecture halls and hostels, disrupting academic activities and posing security concerns. Some of the concerned students further claim that cases of missing personal belongings have been linked to the unauthorized access of hostels by these set of children. The students expressed worry that the situation, if not urgently addressed, could worsen and affect both learning and safety on campus.
Around in a school premises. Meanwhile, they're supposed to be in school. As I came to write tests on Saturday. That Saturday morning around 8, children were already running around begging. And I was like, for how? This early?
This school to beg, like to collect money. If you watch, most of them leave their house. Most of them stay close to school. They just come into the school and, beg.
By the time you come in school now, let me say, for example, a student that has, let me say, only 500 naira for transport and every other thing. When they come to beg, out of guilt, you will give them. It's a university. It's not a primary school. It's not a day.
So we have a lot of categories of beggars in the University of Port Harcourt. We have I don't know, but I somehow feel like they are genuine people who are in need of help. And then we also have the ones that so far their begging has become so annoying. I mean, I feel like these children should be in school.
The students further called on the university management to strengthen security measures and put an end to what they describe as a growing menace within the institution.
Most of the students is inside the school are also struggling. I feel the school management should try to put a stop to it, taking the children out of.
They're not doing anything here. It's not like they are students or pupils. They are not. And the begging is a nuisance because in a way it is annoying. So I feel like it's not right, and the school authority, the school body should do something about it.
So they should try, I don't know what they would do, either a policy or something, but they should try to make sure that this does not repeat itself any further.
Today FM's correspondent reports that efforts to reach the school management to react proved abortive. It would interest you to know that situation is not different from what members of the public experience in major bus stop and shopping centres in Port Harcourt. In commemoration of World Tuberculosis Day 2026, the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, UPTH branch, in collaboration with the state chapter, organized an awareness walk to educate the public on tuberculosis and its prevention. Members marched around the UPTH premises and surrounding areas, sensitizing residents that tuberculosis is an infectious disease but can be effectively treated if detected early. Speaking after a seminar to further enlighten participants, the UPTH branch chairman, Dr. Justina Wene Emmanuel, said the initiative aimed to dispel myths surrounding tuberculosis, emphasizing that it is not a death sentence. She noted that early diagnosis remains critical to successful treatment and commended the hospital management under Professor Chituru Olueni for improving healthcare delivery and collaborating with international partners to reduce the burden of the disease.
From the grapevine, I even have information that even our DOTS community at Alu, there are plans ongoing for the rehabilitation of that place where we have TB patients, where they are treated and taken care of by the government. And from our TB laboratory too, there have been some wonderful commitments on the part of the Chief Medical Director.
On her part, the state chairman of Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Mewari Ibifubara Jumbo, urged the public to be aware of early symptoms and seek medical attention promptly, and highlighted that tuberculosis treatment is free and encouraged individuals experiencing symptoms to visit healthcare facilities without delay.
We have gone around doing sensitization throughout the UPTH community, and we are right now having a seminar teaching about the role of medical laboratory scientists in the diagnosis of it. So what we are doing now is actually creating sensitization and awareness to people in River State to be conscious of tuberculosis for proper and quality and effective treatment.
Delivering a lecture at the seminar, the laboratory manager, South Zonal TB Reference Laboratory Unit in UPTH, Dr. Okweli Stella Paulinus Chijoke, stressed the crucial role of medical laboratory scientists in ending tuberculosis and called for intensified public sensitization and prompt response to suspected cases to ensure effective treatment outcomes.
We must be prompt in our diagnosis, quickly attend to patients as they come in, and make sure we work on their samples. And the moment this TB is detected, through the rapid diagnosis gene expert, through NAS or TB lab, the patients are placed on treatment if it is drug-sensitive TB. But if it is drug-resistant TB, patient is referred to our MDRO clinic.
Tuberculosis is a highly infectious disease with symptoms including persistent cough lasting more than 2 weeks, chest pain, lung discomfort, and in some cases, redness of the eyes. Residents of Bodo City in Gokana Local Government Area, River State, have decried their daily struggle to access clean water, blaming a combination of power outages, expensive fuel, and pollution for their ordeal. The community members spoke out during the 2026 International World Water Day celebration, which is organized by the non-governmental organization Catch Women Development and Resource Center. The event, themed Water and Gender, was deliberately held in Bodo City to highlight its proportionate burden the crisis places on women and girls. Some of the residents who spoke with Today FM's Olawale Sanusi also expressed frustration with the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project HYPREB, stating that while the agency has made efforts to provide portable drinking water, some of its facilities in the area are no longer functioning.
When somebody in the community that has a little money buy fuel, pump water in his compound, he will now announce to everybody, come and fetch now that I'm pumping. When not because like some days now where it is in some days there will be heat and you need to bathe before you go to bed. What I need the government to do for us now is to help us and tell the person that is in charge of this our local government.
The HYPREB water is rushing, in some areas are not rushing. So we are calling on HYPREB to check their facilities so that it will improve the water supply.
Water have borehole, but because of we don't have light, we don't have water now. How many months now they are not bringing light?
Speaking at the event, Cabot Cash spokesperson Ndo said SMART explained that the essence of the celebration is to make women in the community feel loved and their voices heard by the government.
By providing them water is their basic human right that they should be enjoying. In as much as they enjoy free education, the same thing like electricity. So water is one of the basic things that as women, girls, men in the community should enjoy. So we decided to bring this to this community today to also make these women feel toward love, also feel that people still care about them. We bring it so that these women will also understand that even though they are in the village, people out there still think about them. People out there still feel that they are human beings and they deserve to have good potable drinking water.
On the foreign scene, where U.S. President Donald Trump has revealed that talks with Iran to end the Middle East war were underway right now, even as the Islamic Republic and Israel traded fresh strikes. Uncertainty, however, swelled around Trump's claims, with Tehran not confirming any negotiations and Israel insisting its military campaign would go on unchanged. Trump added that Iran gave him a very big present related to oil and gas, offering no detail but saying he had new faith in Tehran's leaders. The war that started on February 28 with U.S.-Israeli attacks that killed Iran's supreme leader has since spread across the Middle East, sending energy prices soaring and roiling the world economy. Speculation has mounted that Pakistan could emerge as a mediator following an offer from its prime minister to host US-Iran talks, but on the ground the hostilities went on unabated. Israel's army said it had conducted a large wave of airstrikes across several areas of Iran, while Iranian attacks on Israel injured 7 people, including an infant. Though Trump's attention seemed turned towards diplomacy, Israeli military spokesperson Effie Defrin said his country's war plan was unchanged and that he would continue to deepen the damage and remove existential threat. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has apologized to Nigerians over power outages and has promised improvement. The federal government has set out March 31 as deadline for the reopening of Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. We told you that Uniport students have raised concerns over the increasing presence of out-of-school children begging within the campus. The foreign scene, you also heard that the U.S. President Donald Trump has insisted talks happening right now to cease fire as Iran-Israel trade strikes. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ijo. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube Live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko. For herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International, go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Our topic of discussion is infertility, and I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Infertility is seen in couples whenever a man and a woman is able to stay together for at least 1 year, which is equal to 12 months, without being able to get pregnancy so that they can get fruit of the womb. It is of two types. We have primary infertility, and the second one is called secondary infertility. Primary infertility is seen when a man and a woman have stayed together for at least a year and they are unable to conceive. But in secondary infertility, a man and a woman have been able to have issues or to have even only one but they intend to get more, which is not forthcoming. That is secondary infertility. So whenever there is infertility, it is very important for the two to join hands together and go for investigations. What makes a man the father of any child is the quality of the semen coming from the man. That a man is able to perform doesn't make him the father of any child. What is coming from a man is gotten from the testicles. In some men, the number of sperm cells can drop, a situation that we call oligospermia. In some, the cells may not even be there at all, a situation that is called azoospermia. Some men do experience a situation where what is coming from them is nothing but only water. All the qualities are not there. There are many factors that can make a man to come under these conditions, part of which is drug abuse. There are some medications that some men do take that are spermicidal. That is, they are killers of the cells that makes a man the father of any child. Not only this, it is possible when a man is exposed to very high temperature, particularly the private part, for the cells to die or get weakened. And that is why the nature in his mercies did not put the testicles inside our abdomen, because the process of spermatogenesis does not require very high temperature. That is why they are kept in the sac under there, so that the temperature can be a mild one. Not only this, infections that men have suffered from, whether in the past or in the recent, can also destroy all the cells. Even some before their puberty, if they suffer from mumps infection, a viral infection, it can destroy all the tissues that are supposed to produce the cells. Some do suffer from sexually transmitted infections that have been able to get deep into the testicles and destroy all these cells. At times, hormonal imbalance can also affect the quality of semen a man produces. All this can make the man to be the cause of infertility in his family. In women, it is possible for challenges to also result from infection. Infections that are poorly treated in women can make a woman to suffer from serious lower abdominal pains, which can spread upward and tend to block the fallopian tube. In some women, drug abuse can be the challenge. Some women, without even having any issue, they take to lifestyle of taking contraceptives, pills, or injections that they use to prevent pregnancy without having any issue. And this can cause hormonal imbalance and disrupt all their fertility profile, to the extent that when the time comes that they have the desire for this, they may not be able to get it. Not only this, some have done repeated abortions that perforate the uterus, or the uterus has been destroyed, or the layers are not complete again. Under that condition, when a woman conceives, in less than 8 weeks, it will drop. Some have fibroid, a mass growing inside the lumen of the uterus that is not giving enough space for pregnancy to grow to maturity. And that's why we say, under this condition, we have to first agree on how to get out of the challenge. And how do one get out of challenge? It is by visiting a competent healthcare giver who will be able to do investigations and know what the root cause of the problem is. It may be from man, it may be from the woman of the house, and at times it can be from both of them. But once the root cause of the challenge is determined, the way out will not be far-fetched. Anytime there is infertility in families, we do advise that mutual understanding is very important. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country health care system. Countryman, correct becalistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Could this be the most unexpected celebrity beef of 2026? It's not Brooklyn versus the Beckhams. It's Timothy Chalamet versus the ballet and opera communities. He was doing a bunch of interviews in the run-up to the Oscars, and in one of them he says, I quote, "I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though it's like, no one cares about this anymore." And he was talking about it in the context of why he loves film so much, but it got quite a reaction, it went viral, and it did also get us thinking, does he have a point here? Do people care about ballet and opera? That's what we're going to be chatting about today. I'm Ikra, this is What in the World from the BBC World Service. So let's get into it. I've got Chelsea from the What in the World team right here with me. Hey, Chelsea.
Hey, Ikra.
Timothy taking shots at ballet and opera. Let's start with opera first.
Yeah.
Is the opera industry struggling?
So it seems like it might be, at least in the US, where Timothy is based. Opera America, they're a non-profit organisation and they gather data about opera both in the US and in Canada. And their latest data shows that audience numbers for most US performances still hasn't gone back to pre-pandemic levels. So they're still struggling to get back to getting people in seats as much as they were before COVID. We're also seeing that lots of major opera houses in the US are struggling to get bums on seats. So the New York Metropolitan Opera, that's one of the biggest opera houses in the world, they have announced a round of layoffs, pay cuts, and also they've reduced their programs. So they've reduced the number of performances that they have in a year. Their funding has actually reduced by around a third since 2022. So you could say that, at least in the US, opera does seem to be struggling right now.
Okay, so that's opera. The other side of this is ballet. That world didn't go unscathed in his comments either.
No.
What about ballet? What are things like there?
So the data for ballet is also showing a similar picture to what I talked about for opera. So there's an organisation in the US called the National Endowment for Arts. Every 5 years, they do a survey of people that are going to the arts to kind of see what their opinion on the arts and culture is. And they found that there's been a reduction in people going to live ballet performances. Since 1982, there's been a reduction of about 52%. And it's not just in the US, we're also seeing that in Australia too. So in 2007, over 1 million people went to see ballet and dance performances. That, over the course of 10 years, has gone down to around 800,000, and it still hasn't returned to that million mark since the pandemic. So ballet is also seeing a downturn in audiences.
Okay, so not good news for ballet and opera at the moment, it's looking like. It sounds like they are struggling financially. Why is that?
So there's lots of reasons in the mix there. One of the main ones, though, which anyone who has gone to a ballet or opera performance might know, is the fact that it is pretty expensive to go. So I mentioned Opera America earlier. They said one of the top factors that they got from audiences when they did a survey saying, why don't you come back more often, especially when they asked people who are new to opera, was that the ticket price is too high. So depending on where you sit in the auditorium, it can differ. But sometimes even for seats that are really high up, you can be paying really expensive prices. So that can feed into making opera and ballet feel inaccessible for a lot of people. It's often been seen as kind of the reserve of the wealthy. It has a reputation of being quite exclusive. Some people refer to it as highbrow or highbrow culture, high art. And that kind of gives this impression that it's not for everyone, or some people feel that way at least. But another factor is the financial model, or rather the funding model for opera and ballet. If you go to the opera or to see a ballet performance, often you'll see kind of the names of patrons etched into the wall, and they're the huge donors that keep opera houses and ballet performances going. In the US, for example, if you look at the portion of income, so how opera is funded, box office revenue, so that's the amount of money that they're making from the sale of tickets, was around 22% for 2024. The amount that they were getting from private donors was around over half their income for that year. So that really shows the big role that donors play. And also you're getting funding from the government. So when there's economic downturns, when that funding is cut off, it means that it's hard for opera and ballet to adapt because they can't really rely as much on audience income. It's important to note that this isn't just exclusive to ballet and opera. We're also seeing a downturn across entertainment more generally. So if we talk about cinema, seeing as that's what Timothy is working in, back in 2024, we saw a downturn in people buying tickets for the cinema of about 8.8%, according to the European Audiovisual Observatory. And we're also seeing a downturn in huge markets across the world. So in China, for example, there was a downturn of 22% in audiences going to the cinema.
But there's the other side to this where, you know, people are reacting, commenting on social, it's gone mega viral and saying ballet and opera are alive and kicking. They're very well, thank you, Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of that too. I even saw one opera house was giving its audiences a discount just in the name of Timothy's comments over the weekend.
Making the most of it.
Making the most of it, exactly. A lot of people are using it as a way of getting more promo for their current programs or performances that are on at the moment. But even before Timothy said this about ballet and opera, I was seeing a lot of discussion on social media about classical music and opera, especially because of Rosalia's new album, Lux. So she worked with the London Symphony Orchestra, and she sings in a very kind of operatic style. So it's not exactly screaming, accessible pop hits, kind of top 40. However, it got to number 7 on the global Spotify chart. Ballet is also seeing a bit of a resurgence, especially in countries like South Korea. So data from the Korea Performing Arts Box Office Information System saw a 49.6% increase in people going to ballet performances. And they think that this is linked to the ballet core trend in fashion. So we've seen recently there's a lot of different fashion houses releasing collections inspired by ballet. So I don't know if you've seen Kim Kardashian's Skims collection. It has Lisa from Blackpink in it, very inspired by ballet. We've also seen, I think, Adidas and Puma. They've released kind of ballet-style flats. So ballet is having a big moment, at least in the fashion world, and that's bleeding into making people more curious about going to performances.
I want to play a clip of Sam Atkins, who is a professional ballet dancer for the Australian Ballet.
I don't believe they're dying art forms. I think they're evolving art forms. I think in order for art to stay relevant, we have to constantly evolve, the same as film does. I believe that ballet and opera are two phenomenal art forms. And I'm not just saying that because I work in ballet and closely to opera, but because they're live art forms. They're active, they're breathing, they're living, and they require humans who feel passionately enough about them to tell those stories. And we want audiences to come and to see those stories, and audiences are hungry to come and see the stories.
Okay, so opera and ballet still have fans, they're still drawing in audiences, but as you said, they're getting a bit of a reputation sometimes for being a bit inaccessible. What's being done to change that, though?
There were people saying, actually, Timothy has a point. We do need to be doing more to make opera accessible for people because the survival of this art form depends on that. So there are quite a few schemes trying to make opera more affordable for fans. The Opéra Comique in Paris, for example, has a 35% discount for under 35, so they're trying to get more young people in. There's also a lot of effort to kind of change perceptions of ballet. I mentioned earlier people kind of seeing it as the reserve of the wealthy. Misty Copeland, she was the former principal dancer for the American Ballet Theatre. She's actually founded a organisation that tries to get people from disadvantaged backgrounds, young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, and also people from minority ethnic backgrounds into ballet, because introducing people to it younger kind of fights that perception that it's not for everyone. And there's also other kind of schemes like the Opera Vision platform that's across Europe. They broadcast opera performances for free online. So there are schemes out there and programs that are trying to make it more accessible for people.
Thank you so much, Chelsea.
Thank you, Ikra.
Thank you for listening. Remember, you guys can DM us on Instagram at any time at BBC What in the World over there. But for now, I'm Ikra. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Nigeria Army don talk say the United States government they provide non-fight intelligence give them. This na in support of the Nigeria-led military operations against Islamist insurgency. This talk they come after the suicide bombing did happen for the Borno state capital of Maiduguri last week, where 23 people died and over 100 wounded. The talk person for the Nigeria Defense Headquarters, Major General Samalia Uba, tell the BBC say the U.S. assistance they focus on intelligence, surveillance and recognizance. Say the American soldiers no get business with combat. He talks say the U.S. intelligence assets they do their work for Bauchi airfield for northeastern Nigeria to directly support Nigerian forces to fight against Boko Haram and Islamic State West African province ISWAP. The U.S. and Nigeria officials been don't tell Reuters say the U.S. been they operate multiple MQ-9 Reaper drones for Nigeria. That aircraft they use to gather intelligence no be for airstrikes, as them add say militant violence for the region na shared security risk. The official add say the American rule they based on conditions and no get any specific time where them go determine how long them go stay. Na Nigeria with their U.S. partners. This new ginger of U.S. where they chook their mouth for Nigeria matter, they come after them being comot Niger for 2024 after the country military rulers been asked American forces to come out. The U.S. been they run major drone base from there where them been they use take monitor militant activities for the Sahel. Enter our website for bbcpidgin.com for more to read, and don't forget to follow us for all our social media including our TikTok and WhatsApp channel.
That's not the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hey, it's Ikra, and this is What's in the World from the BBC World Service. Today we're going to talk about a battle for water.
We want water! We want water! We want water!
It's easy to take for granted. We rely on it for so many things like drinking, cleaning, washing. Not everyone has equal access to water, though. There are issues of shortages in lots of parts of the world, including in South Africa, where water demand is expected to surpass supply by 17% by 2030. That's according to the latest research. And now the issue of water mafias are making the situation even more complicated. So what are they and what's being done to stop them? That's what we're going to be chatting about today. Mayeni Jones is the BBC's Africa correspondent, and she's on the line from Johannesburg right now. Hey, Mayeni.
Hi.
So we're going to talk about the water gangs in a minute. But first, I wondered if you could tell us quickly where people in South Africa get their water from.
So the interesting thing about South Africa is a lot of the major cities and a lot of the places where the country makes its money, like a lot of the mining centers, aren't actually based near sources of water. So Johannesburg, for example, where I live, is widely considered to be the largest city in the world that isn't near a major source of water. So there's no river here. So that means a lot of the water has to be funneled from rivers and dams into Johannesburg and other major cities via pipes and pumps. And that costs a lot of money to install, and it costs a lot of money to maintain. To a smaller extent, you have areas where they get water from rainfall or they get water from boreholes. But the majority of the water in South Africa comes from dams and rivers that then are piped to other parts of the countries.
And parts of the country are experiencing water shortages. Why is that happening?
Well, because the country is so reliant on built infrastructure to get its water, on these pipes and these pumps and these dams, it means it needs to be maintained regularly. And a lot of this infrastructure was built a very long time ago and hasn't been maintained adequately, particularly as the country has grown in terms of its population and the number of cities.
And of course, climate change is also playing a role here. The UN says that higher temperatures and less rainfall because of climate change will reduce already depleted water resources in South Africa, and that's contributing to an increasing number of droughts in the country. And I was reading that the country relies on water tankers. What do they do?
So basically, when one of these old pipes breaks down and there's no water in a part of the country, the local authority that runs that area, the municipality, will pay water tanker companies to get water from the nearest available source and then drive it to these areas that don't have water. They're meant to be used in times of emergency, when there's a drought, if there's flood that's washed away the pipes. But lots of activists here are saying that water tankers are now becoming the default in lots of areas, and it's becoming a very expensive and a very big problem.
Yeah, so we're getting an idea of the shortages there. We wanted to get an idea of how this is affecting everyday people and their lives too. So let's take a listen.
Where is this country going? Like, what's happening with this country? Because you literally get alerts or messages to tell you that, hey, on this day or tomorrow, you're not going to have water. Most of us literally just finished university and just started working, got a new place, and you don't have water. And it's like, everything is just really disappointing. First it was electricity, now it's water. It's just really the worst thing or worst time to be in South Africa.
We have gone days and even weeks without water. It is literally affecting everything. People cannot work properly, children cannot go to school clean, and we're constantly living in anxiety of not knowing when the taps will run again. And when they do run, we are also living in anxiety of when the water will run out.
Whenever there's no water, my business literally goes to a standstill because, one, I have to spend X amount of money ensuring that there's enough bottles of water to be able to cook and to clean and to drink and just to live my life. But even more so, whenever the water does reconnect, I've always had a bad case of diarrhea and I'd get sick. And I think that's just because of the water for that brief moment being unsafe before it's purified and being safe. It just feels as though the state is putting barriers to us young people who are trying to make a living for ourselves.
So, Maeni, back to you. And on that point, if you're living through these shortages, just paint the picture for us. How does it affect you?
It affects you in almost every aspect of your life. It means that you wake up in the morning, you can't take a shower. It means you can't wash your clothes. It means that you need to spend money buying water just to brush your teeth, just to wash your hands, just to drink. And at a time when the economy is stretched, inflation is climbing, lots of people, water then becomes an extra thing that they need to buy that they weren't able to buy.
Does this impact all South Africans equally, this issue of the shortages?
Unfortunately not. Just as much as South Africa is one of the most economically unequal countries in the world, that's also reflected in access to water. So by and large, the areas that don't tend to have regular access to water tend to be poorer areas, and also rural areas, they tend to suffer the bulk of the shortage of water. But now middle-class households are also having to buy water, also having to install tanks, backup tanks in their houses. So it's affecting everybody.
So we've painted up a picture of the shortages in South Africa, how this is affecting people in South Africa. Now I wanted to talk about the water mafias, right? This is adding another level of complication to things. Can you just tell us a little bit about them?
So the term water mafia is a term that's used here by the authorities, by water activists, by the media, the local media here in South Africa, to describe criminal gangs or criminal syndicates that pose as legitimate companies. When a municipality has run out of water in an area, they will apply for a tender, so they will bid to provide water using tankers for that area. And then once they have access to it, different things can happen. Either water that's been paid for by the municipality and is meant to be free, when they get to the areas, they charge people to get access to that water. Another thing sometimes they'll do is, because these tenders, these contracts that they have with the local authorities are meant to be short term, in order to extend them, they will damage existing infrastructure or infrastructure that's being fixed in order to keep working.
And part of the story is also there have been allegations against the government, apparently playing a role awarding contracts to these gangs, right?
Yeah, so that's an allegation that's been made by various activists, but also one of the areas we went to when reporting this story is a township called Harmanskraal. It's north of Pretoria, and it's one of the areas of the country that has had water shortages for the longest time, over the last decade on and off. And there, the local opposition is a party called the Democratic Alliance. They claim that the local authority is in cahoots with these criminal gangs, so that they know that the companies that are applying for the tenders aren't legitimate, but they still give them the contract and they get a cut. We have reached out to the local authority that runs Harmanskraal, but they never got back to us.
And so what are the governments saying about this on, I guess, the action that they're taking?
So the governments at a central level, the presidency has recognized that this is a big issue. As a matter of fact, in this year's State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa said that water shortage was a national emergency that needed to be tackled. He's promised to invest more than $9 billion in fixing the country's water infrastructure. And last year, he'd actually specifically talked about these water mafias, and he'd urged the police as well as local authorities to crack down on these syndicates. At the moment, activists we've spoken to say not enough's been done to do this, but at least it's a recognition on the part of the government that this is a problem that they want to tackle.
Mayeni, thank you so much for explaining all of that for us.
Thanks for having me on.
And that's it from us. I'm Ikra Farouk. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary, and she conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit. Today, heaven and earth are united because divinity is now united with humanity. And that is why today, the 25th of March, is the Annunciation of the Lord. Lord, we thank you for accepting to be born among us. Make our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. And exactly 9 months from today, it will be the 25th of December when Jesus will be born. On the 25th of March, what happens is that God decided to do what in the eyes of men and women is impossible. The God of impossibilities broke into human history, sent an angel to declare to Mary that she is going to conceive and bear a child, and not through the human and natural way of conception, but through the overshadowing of the Holy Spirit. The Annunciation of the Lord brings into the history of humanity that God, having seen the disobedience of humanity, and with the essence of healing and redeeming humanity, decided to come into human history. And that is what is called the incarnation, that God has become flesh and dwelt among us. The Annunciation of the Lord also represents something that is very strong, that as in the garden, these first parents of ours were disobedient to God. In the Annunciation, what happens is that the Blessed Virgin Mary decided to show obedience to God. Even when her life was at risk, she decided to say yes to God. And the yes was very important in all of this. The Annunciation of the Lord is what tells us that with God all things are possible, that God can make what nobody imagined to come through. Because when it did happen, even Mary herself could not but say, I am the handmaid of the Lord. Let it be done to me according to your word. I do not understand. The mystery of the incarnation stares us in the face to say to us, what do you think is impossible for God to do? Nothing. And so today, we need to say to ourselves, with God, all things are possible. The Annunciation of the Lord on this 25th day of March tells us that God is interested in our stories, especially the stories of those who feel that nothing is going to happen. God did not allow our stories to end in perdition. He broke into our whole story and decided to save us. That is what today is all about, that God has seen and has heard our cries and has decided to become one like us in all things but sin in order to save us. The Annunciation of the Lord represents for every humanity or every person that cares to know that God has been watching, and today He is saying to us, can't you see? The process has started. It is going to come to pass, and the process is today. The dawn of good news has broken, and you will see it come to pass, because what the Lord starts, He will always complete. If you are one of such persons who are giving up hope, today should tell you, if God broke into the history of humanity and changed the course of our story, God wants to break into your story and change it today. Don't you see that God has not given up yet on you? You're hearing this today because the Annunciation means that there is a good news for you. And the good news is, it might be impossible with you, but with God, all things are possible. Lord, what else can we say? How else can we thank you that you saw how helpless we were and you broke into our history in order to change us and in order to change our history? Thank you, God, because what you have done today will be remembered for all time, that we were helpless and you helped us back on our feet. We make our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you and with your spirit. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.